isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate by Chev.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
I would think that being a paying customer, that the insurance company would want to take care of me. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Their first response is, I'm sorry, we can't cover that.
The other person's insurance company started looking into mine and my husband's assets. It scared us, and we needed protection.
I really didn't know what I could do. But what I did hear was a lot of good things about this company, Morgan & Morgan.
I do liken it to picking the biggest dog in the yard.
It's easy to call Morgan & Morgan, and they know how to deal with insurance companies.
Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Rich Jones here. Investing can be more about just filling a bank account. It's about having a secure retirement, protecting your family. Let DLP Capital help you to protect your why. Here's CEO and founder Don Wenner.
I started DLP Capital with an expectation that I could provide my family, my investors, my team members, and the families of my investors with awesome returns, limited volatility, and no losses, all while providing desperately needed affordable housing to the American workforce.
To get your investor's guide and learn more, dial *invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Did you know that you have the power to positively impact a local child's life? It's as easy as donating to Daniel, Florida's oldest child service agency. Daniel provides counseling to abused children. Daniel helps homeless teens find shelter and learn to live independently. Daniel connects kids with foster families and strengthens at-risk families so they can stay together. They've done all this and more for 135 years. Please become a part of improving the lives of local children and families by donating at danielkids.org today.
Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. We provide custom-fit wheelchairs for veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. When they are denied the services they deserve, we stand in the gap. To join the mission and support America's heroes, you can visit our website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org. We are a 501c3 organization and part of the combined federal campaign. Visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
This message is sponsored by the Florida A&M University Medical Marijuana Education and Research Initiative, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Mary on Demand is live. Start your marijuana education journey today. Learn at your own pace and check out the Medical Marijuana Education Series. You decide what you'd like to learn and when with Mary on Demand. Visit mary.famu.edu. That's mmeri.famu.edu. And remember, recreational marijuana is still illegal in Florida. Mary, educate, learn, talk.
It's back. The Big One sales event is here, and it's going on now at Arlington Toyota. Arlington's got over 400 new Toyotas available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and family vans. And that means now's the time to go big and go home in style. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you get Arlington's lifetime warranty and 30-day exchange program. But don't wait. The Big One sales event won't last long, so shop today. 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com.
Tired of casting a wide net with digital marketing and no luck? Well, you can...
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
I'm Christine Lisi. Colts running back Zach Moss broke his arm in today's training camp practice. He is second on the team's depth chart behind Jonathan Taylor. Taylor currently on the PUP list. Indy is considering moving him to the non-football injury list over what it says is back pain from an injury not sustained while playing for the Colts. Taylor, who has requested a trade, says he never had back pain, never reported back pain. A couple of win-now teams should call the Colts about Taylor, suggests Canty and Carlin co-host Chris Canty.
If you're the Buffalo Bills, if you're the Miami Dolphins, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, how the hell do you not go after a guy that 2 years ago had over 2,100 yards from scrimmage and 20 touchdowns? Jonathan Taylor was an MVP candidate in 2021. That's how good he was. Not just in the running game, but in the passing game, too.
Chris Canty on Greeny. Broncos receiver Tim Patrick carted off the field today with what the team fears is an Achilles injury. Dolphins cornerback Jalen Ramsey told Coach Mike McDaniel he'll beat the timeline in his return from surgery on his meniscus. No firm timeline yet, though, from McDaniel for Ramsey's return.
If you need last-minute hires in no time, you need Indeed. Their integrated hiring solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been more streamlined. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credit.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me.
Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Casey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Hey, what's happening the last day of July, August? Here we come. Football season, week number 2 of training camp, and now we're in a groove. Pads go on this week. Real football starts, and the wide receivers continue to be a buzz here in Jacksonville for this Jaguars offense. Got some good matchups today on the football field this morning at training camp. Stuart Weber was there. He will join us in a little bit. We will hear one-on-one conversations with Zay Jones and Foye Oluwakun, one from the offensive side and one from the defensive side, along on the program today. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Brent Martineau along with Aaron Schachter. Hope you're coming off a big weekend, baby.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, fantastic. Life is good. And, hey, we got to go birthday shout-out right off the rip.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Whose birthday?
Well, we have Olivia Tasley's birthday.
Nice.
Part of the Action Sports Shacks crew.
The fam, yeah.
Then, word on the street is it's Brian Middleton's birthday.
Oh, that's right. It is B-Mid's birthday, and we're forcing him to work.
Did they have something up in the hallway or anything for him?
I did it earlier. Last week I put it on the TVs.
Oh, you did it. That's your job.
Well, it's something I volunteered to do because no one stepped up to do it.
Oh, okay.
So
nice.
I'm here to help.
People like their birthdays, so that's very nice.
Yeah, anniversaries, too.
The broadcast Don.
I hired that man.
Did you really? Way back.
Man. He sent me a resume, and it was a good-looking resume. I call him up. He sounded good on the phone. He comes in, but he was applying for a job he really wasn't qualified for.
Oh.
Like, we were looking for someone with a couple of years' experience for this full-time role. Brian walks in, suit and tie. And he's like, look, this job is meant for me. And he spent the next hour in this interview convincing me. And he did. He convinced me I wanted him on the team. But we really did need an experienced person in this role. And I was like, this is something you might be able to grow into. But let me try and find anything else for you. I mean, anything. I want you on the team. And he was about it. He didn't ask twice. He didn't look at me weird when it was a different job that wasn't full-time at first. He was like, if you got a spot, I'm in. So he joined the radio team, Brent, and for the next 6 months, walked around here in a suit and tie. I don't know if you've seen anybody up here on the radio side, but ain't no suit and ties up here, man.
Yeah, we don't wear ties anymore around here, right?
Like, the closest I get is my fancy basketball shorts.
I don't even wear ties on TV anymore. We try to get those things extinct. Do not buy stock in ties unless you're Brian Middleton.
So I go to Middleton, like 5 or 6 weeks in, I'm like, listen, guy, stop making us look bad. Like, you got to start dressing in T-shirts and jeans. What are you doing? He's like, you dress for the job you want. I was like, what do you want to be, a banker? Give me a T-shirt.
That's awesome. That's a great, actually, I had somebody say that to me way back, because same type of thing, man, trying to make first impression.
Yep.
And the news director was like, hey, man, you're in the sports department. Dress like you're in the sports department.
Yeah.
That wasn't necessarily T-shirts, but.
Well, you guys are on TV. You guys all look professional. Here, though, I mean, I didn't wear shorts to work until I was about 13 years in. But once I did, I never looked back, Brent.
Yeah, I'll roam around those hallways with some flip-flops on now,
I've
man.
seen
You
it.
get comfortable, don't you? Especially in the summertime. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter. So that's Brian Middleton's had many jobs on both sides of the building.
Oh, yeah.
That's a talented guy right there that you listen to with Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. each and every night. Catch him on the traffic on 104.5 WOKV. So a special shout-out, happy birthday to Brian Middleton and Olivia Tasley and part of the family, even though we've really never met her, Amanda Kurtz.
No, is it her birthday? Oh, that's probably why Case is off today,
I'm pretty sure that's what Casey said. It's her birthday today.
Well, it's
Unless
weird
I'm,
that he would. It's weird he would go graph the jumbo shrimp for Amanda's birthday, but okay. It's like
he's in like Indianapolis.
What?
Or he was, right? I think I saw a tweet from Indianapolis, which really is a cool place, by the way.
Indianapolis sounds like a place you actually just made up, if I'm being honest.
That's North Carolina. That's like the hometown of Dale Earnhardt.
Indianapolis sounds like whatever the town next to where Superman came from is.
Well, anyway, he's probably pulled Amanda into like graph some NASCAR dudes or something up there.
He's just in their NASCAR track. No, Amanda, this is what I had originally planned for your birthday.
That's awesome. So anyway,
well, that's not the only big days or reason why today is a big day, Brent.
Yeah, we got a special day too.
Yeah.
Anniversary day.
You mind if I throw a picture up on the stream of you and your lady?
You got the picture?
I got it. I'm going to put it up there right now. Look at these young children, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, about to take on the world. Brent and his beautiful bride on their wedding day. Look at that. Who paid for the wedding, Brent? That's my question. Who paid for the wedding?
Steph's parents.
Yeah. That's the best part of being the dude in the wedding, right?
That's awesome. That's a great. We're actually up here in Ohio for the day. Well, for like 70 hours.
Yeah.
And that's on like in Steph's parents' house where we're staying. That picture.
Yeah.
And it's a great throwback. So we did something today. We went down to where our reception was.
Okay.
First time I've been back in since the day.
Oh wow.
And just ironically, we're here for the. It just coincided with a couple of days that they were coming up here, and so I popped up for literally 2 days, and so it was on the anniversary. So that was a cool day 24 years ago. In fact, it was not a cool day. It was not cool at all. It was a record hot day in Columbus, Ohio.
Who gets married at the end of July, early August? That's mayhem.
That's funny that you said that. Like I think Kaylee said, like, why'd you get married in July or something? I said, well, I don't know.
I got a deal on the venue.
Yeah, maybe a deal on the venue, or maybe we're just out of school and ready to go to work.
Yeah, I think so.
We had a short period.
It just sounds like you guys, too. It's like, oh, yeah, we got to do this wedding thing first, and then we can start life. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what we did. That was it. That was part of it. I look back on that time now, and I'm like, I'm not sure, like, what the hell we were doing. Like, we're just kind of going with the flow. Isn't this what you do?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you get married at 22 or not, but, like, our parents kind of got married early, you know? Like, they used to get married
really
back
early.
In the day, a lot earlier.
I mean, they were 2 kids in by 23.
Yeah, they were.
Most parents. But, like, that's the thing, right? When you're a young adult, you're basically just doing a cover song of what you think adults are supposed to do.
You're exactly right. I love how you say that, too, because it really is. Like, and very little, if any, calculation here. You know? I was actually thinking about that today. I'm like, I'm from Rhode Island. Steph's from this small town in Ohio, Gahanna, Ohio. And it's like, hey, this has worked out okay. But, like, I don't know how that happens. Is that just, like, damn luck? Maybe.
Well, you guys are also fairly similar people, right? A lot of times that doesn't work out for relationships, but you guys have very similar interests, I feel.
Yeah, maybe.
And, like, a similar temperament, and you both prioritize the same things, and you, I guess, deprioritize similar things as well.
Yeah, well, that's pretty simple. Around us. So
says this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Around you guys, because around my house, it's anything but simple.
Yeah, I know. I think we kind of simplified, although you can complicate it easy enough.
Oh, yeah.
Then those Rugrats start to complicate it all.
Complicate the bank account. 24 years is the pigskin anniversary, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the pigskin anniversary. What do you get her?
What does that even mean?
Yeah, instead of like the gold one or the platinum one, they have different things for different anniversaries. Like, year one is like the paper anniversary or the wood anniversary. You get a wood present or a paper present or something. Let me look this up.
Is it really the pigskin anniversary?
No, I was making a joke, Brian.
Oh. I don't pay attention to any of this stuff. I have heard of that before where it's like the gold anniversary or whatever.
The traditional theme for the 24th anniversary is opal, thought to inspire love, purity, and hope for the future. Musical instruments comprise the modern gift theme for this anniversary with all the passion and emotion that music signifies. You got to call up Mama Martineau.
Oh, maybe I'll get her to. Maybe I'll get Mom on the phone here on the show to at least play like Happy Birthday on the violin to everybody whose birthday it is.
Or like a love concerto for you and the bride.
Oh. How do you even spell opal?
OPAL.
Is that it?
That is it. I'm going to start making a list for you.
24 years is opal, and somehow you tied that to music, or is that a separate thing?
This is what the website, I didn't tie nothing. I just read it. The gemstone is the opal, and the theme, the 24th anniversary, is called the Musical Instrument Anniversary. The traditional gift for the 24th is an opal, which is thought to inspire love, hope, and prosperity. The modern gift theme is musical instruments, which signify the passion and emotion of music.
Oh, okay.
If you had to give a musical instrument, Brent, what would you give?
If I had to give a musical instrument.
It's definitely a plastic recorder. You are like simplified and just get it done. You saw it, you bought it, that's what it is.
I am not musically inclined like a lot of my family is, but especially my mom. But I did always like the harmonica. I wanted to be able to play the harmonica.
It is a cool instrument when you can play it well.
Yeah.
Like if you ever meet anybody, because I know I don't know about you, but growing up, you were hanging out in a group of guys or girls or just a group of friends, right? Teenagers. Inevitably, somebody in that group was bringing a guitar somewhere and they were trying to kick it to all the girls in the group or whatever, but they were trying to be the cool guy playing the guitar. And you'd go over to your other friends and be like, do you see this jerk over here trying to show off with his guitar?
Yes. Well, guitar is the instrument, right?
But a harmonica, if you could play that, like if you could really jam on, if you could do one of those, you're pretty cool.
I used to do. My mom did eventually get me one just because I said I wanted one, and so then I just annoy the hell out of everybody with it because I had no idea how to play it, and I really wasn't going to take the time to learn it.
That's fantastic. That's something I can get behind. You annoying people with the harmonica.
Yeah, I'd make pretend like I could play it great, but I had no business doing that. One other note that's interesting about the fact that I mentioned Olivia's birthday, Brian Middleton, I did not know until just recently, like this morning, and Amanda, who I did not know until like last week, I think, when Casey said it. But of Olivia's, I always knew the last few years because obviously she works in her department, and she actually was at the same restaurant celebrating her birthday when Steph and I went out to dinner a couple years ago for her anniversary.
Wow.
Right? So I will always say, like, if it's Stuart's birthday, maybe on a group text, we'll say happy birthday to him. So I text Olivia happy birthday on our group text this morning, and it seems like every year Olivia is the first one to wish me happy anniversary before even Steph does.
Just shows that people care where the priorities are.
That's a little odd, though, isn't it?
I think it says more about how Steph feels about it than how Olivia feels about it.
Yeah, it does, which, by the way, is what I like about Steph maybe the most.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's talk football. And how about this Jonathan Taylor? We're going to get into Jags in just a minute. By the way, Stuart will join us. But the Jonathan Taylor story coming on the weekend, I tweeted this yesterday. It's getting messy in Indianapolis, Aaron. I mean,
so messy.
This is how it gets. Like, we know this. We know this in Jacksonville from experience. Like, this is how the process works. And ironically, there's a back injury in the middle of it.
Well, it depends who you ask, Brent. Depends who you ask, because Jim Irsay and Shane Steichen and all these people in the Colts organization are like, well, he hasn't been cleared to play. There's a problem. And then an unnamed source said that apparently it's not just, the ankle that bothered him last year, that put him on the shelf last year, but a back problem that wasn't football related or didn't happen within the team organized facility or activities. And so they're actually framing it, the source is, like this is JT's fault and this is part of the reason why he can't get a contract.
Well, not only that, but if he wants to be traded, they now bring a back injury to play, and now the trade value won't be there.
I mean, aside from the fact that you were just telling everyone that running backs are a dime a dozen, the trade value won't be there in the first place either. That's the other weird part, is that when asked what they're looking for, more sources, more unnamed sources, because you're never going to hear Irsay or Steichen go, oh, we would like this for him. Schefter and the like are reporting that they want a high first-round pick for him. Well, clearly you're not getting that for a running back in 2023. Even 24-year-old Jonathan Taylor, especially coming off of one disclosed injury and one non-disclosed injury. Do you think that the back storyline, the narrative was put out there to quell the trade request?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think this was jockeying for position, really, and
dirty business.
Yeah, I think. Well, here's the thing. This escalated quick. First of all, you go from running backs and their issue to Irsay's. He's a loose cannon anyway, right? But he puts something out there about the bad faith, which raises the eyebrows. But then it's Jonathan Taylor's agent that claps back and is like, it's bad faith not to play your best offensive player, and that heats things up a little bit, right?
Yep.
And then it's I want to trade, and now it's I got a back, or he's got a back injury. Not I got a back injury like the whole Jalen Ramsey thing was. Like that was a Jalen Ramsey claim to stay off the field.
Yeah,
remember?
to not play. Yeah.
Well, it's almost like they took a page out of that book that was so well played. It looked like by Jalen and his agent here in Jacksonville. And this time it flipped ownership where the team took that stance because now if you potentially put him on the non-injured football list, you don't have to pay him.
Yeah, which is, part of the problem to begin with. He's not getting
paid.
So
that really, puts Taylor in the corner because, okay, is he going to lose a year at the running back position and not play on this stance? And is he not going to get paid? This thing has turned in a hurry. This is like haymakers back and forth between Taylor and the Colts.
It's progressed past owner versus agent. Jonathan Taylor now tweeting, what was it, last night or yesterday?
Last night.
That he never had a back pain, never reported a back pain, and someone needs to check their sources. But here's the question, Brent. If he can't pass a physical, and Irsay was on McAfee like a month ago saying, hey, he's all healed up from the ankle, we're good to go, then what is the problem?
Well, the problem is just money. The problem is I'm unhappy.
Okay, but do you think that they would just not pass his physical? Like, if his ankle is healed up is what I'm saying, and he doesn't have a back issue, don't you kind of have to pass him on the physical, or can you lie on that thing?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. That's a good question. I don't know if this is just semantics. I don't know where – well, I do believe it's a lot semantics. Jonathan Taylor is basically saying I don't have a back injury. This is all positioning. And so whatever I think the doubt now or the curiosity becomes what is going on with Jonathan Taylor, and to the point of would anybody want to trade for him? And, again, this is just pure power play on both sides. And right now, Irsay's using that. This is a beloved player in their franchise. The one thing about it is, listen, Jalen Ramsey, a very good player. Yannick Ngakoue, very good for the Jags. I wouldn't call them beloved. This is more.
You don't think Ramsey was beloved at that time?
No, I don't think beloved, no. I think there's enough behind, to know kind of who Jalen was at that time, and that you probably might run into some of this at some point. I think people knew that, or something was going to happen. And I think that's why many people believe, even at this stage, that Jalen's already hit his third team in however many years in the NFL. He's one of those players that might do that. So even though he's a fantastic player. But this has actually a little bit more of a feel of Maurice Jones-Drew. The train's leaving the station. Remember Shad Khan said that back in the negotiations? That's what this feels a little bit like. Maurice is a beloved player here in Jacksonville. And at that time, Shad took a stance. And that was a pretty loud comment, by the way. And very new in the ownership of Shad Khan. But it was a memorable quote. And that kind of, put some feet in the sand on that issue. This even is elevated. Jonathan Taylor done so much for the Indianapolis Colts, and I really feel like if they're going to play Anthony Richardson, they need Jonathan Taylor to be a part of it to help that transition to the NFL. And that's where I don't understand maybe raising the stakes so quickly on Irsay and the Colts side of things, Aaron, because I want everything I can to help this young man acclimate to the NFL if you plan to play him early.
And by the way, the story just got worse for the Colts today when they lost Zach Moss to a broken arm.
That's right, they
so
did.
That running back room just got a little bit smaller. You kind of need help from Jonathan Taylor, which the Colts obviously recognize based on the point you just made and the fact that they understand the roster and how it's built. They're absolutely tanking this man's trade value right now. So he's not leaving the team. He's not going to sit out because he knows that doesn't help his case. So he will play. I'll tell you what, though, it may end up like some of these other deals are starting to happen where these guys will sign one-year deals. We just saw another one recently where these guys signed. I think Donnell Hunter just signed this.
He did.
You signed the 1-year deal, but in the deal it says you are not allowed to franchise tag me next year. I'm out. And so they either trade or negotiate an extension or it's done.
Yeah,
I got to imagine
yeah.
as you get to the next CBA, Brent, they got to really, the players and the union have to examine the franchise tag and really put their, draw a line in the sand, because the owners will never want to give up the franchise tag.
Yeah, what happens is I don't think players have liked the franchise tag for a long time. But the problem is there are other things to worry about in the CBA and fight for that took priority. And so the franchise tag, I think, got shoved down the list, right? It's like, all right, fine. We'll deal with that if we get more piece of the pie, which ended up getting more piece of the pie. And I don't remember the contention and how contentious it was specifically around the franchise tag a few years ago. But you are looking at a situation where already in 2023 we're starting to complain this much about the franchise tag, and it's becoming on the forefront of one of the issues. Will it still be there in 29 or 30 as the new CBA gets negotiated at the end of the decade? That's a long way away, Aaron. And there's probably a litany of other issues that may supersede even the franchise tag. And I think that's why we still have it to the degree we have it, because it just hasn't been something that the union or the players union wants to fight over to the degree that we have to win this. We'd rather win other stuff, but where will it be on the list of priorities later this decade? I got a feeling it's going to be a big issue going forward with the amount of money salaries are. One other question about the Jonathan Taylor thing for now. How much can this situation hurt the development of Anthony Richardson? Obviously, from a playing standpoint, if he doesn't play, you got one of the premier backs in the NFL that you can lean on. You can run. You don't have to just do everything. And listen, Anthony Richardson is not ready to do everything in the passing game. He might never be that guy, to be honest with you. They need to lean on the run to some degree. And then just the actual toxicity that exists around a story like this, the distractions that exist around a story like this. What does it say, or that negative connotation around an offensive player and this young man and Anthony Richardson as well? Again, it's not specific to him, but it's floating around as he enters the NFL. I don't like that for a young player. We saw so much of that with Trevor Lawrence that he had to overcome his rookie year because of Urban Meyer. And there was more probably than even Anthony Richardson will have to deal with. But I don't like the tone in Indianapolis set for Anthony Richardson around this story alone, and maybe the feeling around the organization, and then the actuality of not having maybe one of the premier backs in the NFL. Aaron, this could be a tough situation.
I think you nailed it right on the head, and I think a lot of experts around the league are echoing those sentiments. Shane Holder, Jeremy Fowler doing a piece talking about next steps between the Colts and Jonathan Taylor. The question is, how is it going to impact Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson? Both of those guys, essentially rookies, both in need of a stable offensive weapon like Jonathan Taylor. Here's Holder. It doesn't help, obviously. Running game is going to be a big component of the offense, given the presence of Anthony Richardson. This year's overall 4th draft pick, Richardson thrives in the read option and run-pass option. So having a playmaker like Taylor in the backfield, obviously, huge asset for the Colts. Keeps defenses honest, potentially freezes linebackers after the snap, and his big playability is what makes him most dangerous. Even if he does return to the lineup, the lack of practice time with Richardson and the offensive line is not ideal. And that's great news for Jags fans. Great news for Texans fans and Titans fans. But, man, the Colts are looking at an uphill battle this year that might be uglier than what they did last year.
Yeah, this could be a bad start. Again, you could we don't know if Anthony Richardson's going to work even with everything great around him.
That's the thing.
Right? Listen, there's a lot of doubt. There should be a lot of doubt around Anthony Richardson. He's also super talented. I get it. But this stuff does not help. Trevor Lawrence, to be able to come out of that rookie year and still be able to function and advance in his career, don't ever, ever take that part for granted. That was not easy. There's a belief that a lot of quarterbacks wouldn't have survived that. Their career would have just tailspinned because of the way it started. Too much scar tissue and everything else. Trevor handled it wonderfully. He also is super, super talented to play at this level. Is Anthony Richardson, he's got great gifts, but is he going to handle this stuff right? and again, this isn't even to the degree of the Urban, it's totally different. But my point is, he also is really a gifted young man, but is he talented enough to play at this level from a throwing standpoint and everything else? That's still to be determined. So a messy situation is probably the best way to put it in Indianapolis right now. I mean, I get it. It could help the Jags. I don't like it for Anthony Richardson, though. That's a tough start. And Shane Steichen as well. That's a very good point as a rookie head coach in the National Football League. Brent Friends on ESPN 690. Let's spin it to the Jags. And everyone's still raving about the wide receivers. We had some Calvin Ridley, Tyson Campbell matchups today. We'll ask Stuart Weber about it when we come back on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
More sunshine, heat, humidity, and storms today. Jacksonville's daytime high will soar to the mid-90s once again, and keep an eye to the sky for afternoon and evening storms. Then the rain goes away tonight. It'll be partly cloudy and humid with overnight lows in the 70s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sema.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjax.com.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE, the medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pain or surgery. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers the most advanced treatments to eliminate ED and PE. 98% of men experience instant results on their first office visit. They're even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Don't just take our word for it. Call Prime Men's Medical Center now for our limited time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-206-7930. 904-206-7930. That's 904-206-7930.
For more than a century, AM radio has evolved to meet the needs of our community. More than 80 million listeners depend on AM radio each month. AM radio is also the backbone of the emergency alert system, which keeps us safe in dangerous times. It's reliable, free, and public safety depends on it. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress we need AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Cancer doesn't care, and an increasing number of local families are hearing their child has been diagnosed. There's an urgent need for help.
This is how people lose their houses. This is how people lose their cars. There are mortgage payments made, groceries.
You have to make a choice between putting food on your table and getting your child to treatment. What are you going to choose?
You can help keep these families together during the fight. Donate now to the Child Cancer Fund. Any amount is welcome. Please donate at childcancerfund.org. That's childcancerfund.org.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
Welcome back, Brent Friends on ESPN 690. It's a Monday, second week of training camp, and now we're in a groove. We get into August now. Here's what happens. We've got a week of camp. They'll go inside the stadium on Saturday for Military Appreciation Day, and I actually think a lot of people would rather keep seeing them at the facility than inside the stadium. I was thinking about that. At least it'll be a little bit of a change of pace. And then the next week, we're playing games. Like, we're off to Dallas.
That's
for
wild.
The Jags and the Cowboys.
Wild.
And then we're off to Detroit right after that for the week in Detroit to practice with the Lions. And then a game. And then another. I mean, it does start going by fast. I'm not a guy that's like, time goes by fast. Like, I hardly ever say that. But this time kind of does. Like, once you get past this week, it really starts like checking off the boxes of camps in the month of August. And of course, we've got a lot of other things going on. Like high school football practice started today, and college is right around the corner, and all that's heating up. Just a fun time of year. But this month, I feel like this month of the calendar actually does go by pretty quick. Like before you know it, we'll be at opening game in Indianapolis for the Jacksonville Jaguars and embarking on a season that's full of excitement and anticipation. Brent Martin along with Aaron Schachter, and checking into the Action Sports Shack studio, it is Stuart Weber, who made an appearance this morning at the new MEC, Miller Electric Center. And how did you like it?
Wrong one. Sorry, guys. Still not on. Stu, I got to dial this up. Hold on. The board isn't where it's supposed to be, Brent.
That's okay.
I got one more try to make this right.
Hey,
there it is.
Fantastic words. Here we go.
No, quite all right.
That's on me. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, so that was my first practice experience at the MEC. And I have already found that I'm leaning in way too hard into the MEC.
You like it, though. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. But, like,
we have one guy. We have one guy we work with who loves to abbreviate everything.
Yeah.
All right.
But I tagged out for my story for tonight's 1st and 10 from the MAC, and I'm pretty sure I leaned into it that hard into saying the MAC. So
could we? I wish we did that with TIAA Bank back in the day.
How would you do it?
Or something.
You'd have to emphasize a letter. Oh no, you want to say the word? You got to go TIAA Bank Field.
I always thought we had to go TIAA, like NCAA.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think we ever.
The bank was really good.
Back to Everbank, to be honest.
Yeah,
because you can keep the bank.
I'm glad we're done with that.
Listen, there are some things that are tough to do in our industry. Just ask Weber. Like the hardest thing to do, especially when you're a younger person in our TV world, because you have to sign out. It's called a SIG out, right? So you have to be like, "Hey, I'm Brent Martineau, Action Sports Jacks," or you say where you're from, right? In Columbus, Ohio, Brent Martineau, Action Sports Jacks. You're worried about everything else you're trying to say, like in a live report, that you don't ever think about that part. You actually fumble that part of it
more than
anything. I did at least.
This is the exact opposite, the inverse of how radio people do it, because it's the only part of the report that is undeniably you, is the lockout, the out cue. And so, especially down the hall, you really put some stank on the end of that out cue. Like if the last letter is V, you go V. You do one of those things. We used to have a guy here who's moved on to a different industry, but his lockout was legendary. We would play it even in our own spare time just to have some fun and laugh.
I didn't know it was called a lockout for you.
Lockout or an out cue, either one of those.
Sig out cue, yeah. I mean, it's different things. Well, anyway, the TIAA bank one was like really difficult when you're talking fast and trying to get through stuff. It's like, I got to think about this way too much on the TIAA bank.
Live from the bank. I'm Bert Martineau.
Well, we started to do that. Some people didn't like that, but to be honest with you, we had to. I just wasn't good enough to do the TIAA bank stuff. Back to the Everbank we go in the middle of August, and I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's going to be cool to get that practice inside the stadium a little later on. But, yeah, talking about the Miller Electric Center, the MEC, that was my first practice there just by happenstance with the scheduling of last week. So it was really cool. It was cool to be in there and see the team practicing. And I know it's just training camp. I'm not talking about the practice being exciting because it's just practice, and I get that. But to see 2,000 fans in the stands and to see what gets them fired up was interesting, right? It's the third-string quarterback throwing a ball into a bucket from 30 yards away.
Now, listen, I saw that video.
That's what it was.
I saw that video. That was impressive.
It was impressive. I mean, it's not going to get him any reps on the field this fall, but you know what? It was cool, and it got the fans excited.
Just goes to show you.
Have a moment.
Yeah, and it goes to show you how hard it is to be a professional athlete. The third stringer can do things that you couldn't dream of doing.
This is true.
Yeah.
That is true. That's how good. Yeah, it is. I've thought about that very often, right? Like these guys that make pro baseball and make it to AA. Like, how good do you have to be to make it to AA, right? These guys that play elite level college or like you're saying, the NFL, and we like, this guy sucks. Right?
Casey sitting in this room going, that guy's a bum.
This guy sucks.
Casey would use the word mid probably if I had to guess.
Just to get on a roster in the NFL, dude. I mean, like, it's pretty impressive.
Man.
It's all relative, right?
Brent, when you were at Ashland, did you think you were going to semi-pro or pro ball?
No, and never.
Never. Not one single A, high A. You're like, I'm going to make it.
No,
Never?
That's why. So I redshirted. That was back in the days of redshirting a little bit. But I redshirted, and I knew I'd never play my fifth year. Like, I was graduating in 4 years. I was going to get a job in this industry, and I knew I was never going to use that other year. And it, didn't bother me. Like, that was just the path I was taking. I didn't think about it one time.
Wow.
So,
are you saying you still have a year of eligibility?
We got to send Brent back.
I do, and I'm working on the golf game, or maybe pickleball will be in the collegiate athletics.
It's the next
soon
Olympic
enough.
sport. Yeah.
I always tell this story. One of my greatest moments in college, because we used to call the games. We're calling Division II football, right? And at this time, Ashland wasn't very good. They were pretty good.
At that time, they weren't good. Okay.
No, they weren't. Like, back in the day, they were good a little bit, and then most recently, they've been a lot better. They got a beautiful new stadium and everything, but they were just mid. Casey say, well, we had this guy named Edgar Barreto. You can look him up. He came back to play. He was 56 years old, guys. He came back and he played on Ashland University's football team. As it seemed like a publicity stunt, it wasn't. He just did it. He was like this marathon triathlon guy. Like, he was in unbelievable shape, and he had eligibility left. He was 56 years old, Edgar Barreto, and we got to call the moment he got into a game. And we actually made it on, like, Fox Sports or something.
I bet. There's like a national story.
Yeah, and we were just, like, yelling. Like, we weren't even doing it. We were just yelling. But it was like our claim to fame at the moment. So I've always wanted, like, that might be me. I might be in my mid-50s going to play my final year of eligibility if you still can. I don't even know the rules anymore. But, hey, tell us about Tyson Campbell and
Calvin
Ridley. That's what I want to know.
Another video that's making the rounds.
Yeah, making the rounds, and they had a few reps against each other. It's definitely going to be one of those iron sharpens irons kind of situations. I know we had the chance to catch up with both of those guys last week on a one-on-one basis, and both of them said it. Practicing against these really highly skilled guys on the other side of the ball is going to make us better for the upcoming fall. And it was cool to see those reps, and yeah. Calvin Ridley, I know we've been talking about this for a week now, but it is just so impressive to see it in action and to see what he can do. Getting the fans fired up. I mentioned that a second ago. That was really the thing that stood out to me was how much these guys were putting energy into the crowd. And not just Calvin, but other players. After they make a big play, they get up and, they're egging them on. They're getting the crowd to get even more excited and, pumping them up, throwing the arms up. I saw Zay Jones do it. I saw Cooks, the wide receiver, do it. And lots of guys really just playing to the crowd. But, the Calvin Ridley, Tyson Campbell matchups are going to be fun. You're seeing two of the best at their position going back and forth. And look, both guys are winning. And I think that's good for the Jaguars. You don't want that to be a decidedly one-sided battle when you need both of them to be at the top of their craft this fall.
Hey, what's interesting about that is I watched the one clip that was really, I think it was their first matchup, and Tyson did a nice job against him. Calvin got the reception. I don't know if Trevor was throwing the football on that occasion or not.
It was Trevor,
probably. Yeah. And what it shows you, I think, and speaking interesting question to ask these guys, if you execute on offense with the efficiency and just the technicality of a route, because you know where you're going and the ball being on time the way it was, I'm not sure the defender can win. And that's what it looked like on that play. It looked like they ran the route exactly how it was supposed to. The ball was on time, catch, even though I thought Tyson had pretty good coverage. And because you know where you're going. You know where you're supposed to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Tyson's speed doesn't matter when Calvin gets to stop on a dime exactly on a specific step he's counting in his head.
That's right. That's right. Unless you know the route before him.
Yeah, and I'll say this, that those are one-on-one drills. A little different than when you're seeing it in the 7-on-7 or the 11-on-11 where you can kind of read it. If you're that defender, you can kind of get a better sense of what the offense is trying to do based on the personnel they have out there, kind of the positioning of everybody. In this, it's just one-on-one starting at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And, the quarterback and the receiver are the only two out of the three who know what's going to happen as far as what they want to accomplish. So that is certainly a good point there. So I think anytime a defender makes a good play on one of those, it says a lot about their ability to do that. I will say on that first one, Calvin Ridley, he stayed down for a minute now, and you can kind of hear the crowd being like, oh boy, what's happening? Now he was back at full speed before too long, but that's just one of those things that's going to happen in training camp. You're going to fall on your butt, and you're gonna want to take a second to get back up. And he's not the only guy who is hurting out there because it's a physical game, even without the pads, which we're excited to see those go on tomorrow. Even without the pads, it is a very physical game that beats you up day in and day out.
So, Stu, a lot of people talking when they watch Ridley at practice so far, they talk about his crisp route running and his fantastic speed. His hands also making an appearance in everybody's reviews.
He's got two of those.
Which of those three stood out most to you?
I would say just how quick he is, seeing his feet movement, whether it's on a ladder drill or on those routes and being able to stop real quick, make that move and snap the opposite direction. He's quick. He moves. And I know we've seen him in practice, but you don't always know how big a guy is until you really get into the practice with everybody out there and maybe a little quicker movement. Not a big guy, but he doesn't have to be if he's moving like that. And so that's another reason why you kind of hold your breath if you see him go down, because he's not a big guy. But he is one heck of a receiver for sure.
Stuart, I think that's a great point. We asked Christian Kirk last week about this, right? Because I asked him, and Kirk and Ridley are known as just tacticians when it comes to their route running and the way they play the game and the IQ of the game, I would say, and the feel of it. And so I did ask Kirk about it, and he said, you work on the craft, you know what the defender's going to do and all this, and you do it the same way every time. And then at the end of it, he said, and some of it's just God-given ability.
Yeah.
And when you look at Calvin Ridley, you really do. It's hard to see separations points in the NFL sometimes because everybody's good. Everybody's fast, right? Everybody's big often. Well, then you see some studs. You see Trevor. Honestly, you see Trevor with the throws that he can make. Last year, the throws that he can make, and you're like, wow. The zip on, we have not. I've been watching Jags football for 15 years up close, practices, games, and everything, and you just don't see that. Calvin Ridley, we haven't seen that. I saw Justin Blackman. Justin Blackman didn't move like this. Not speed-wise. No, I didn't. He was more physical to me, and he had great hands. Great hands.
I was going to say his ability to go get anything anywhere was kind of that thing that stood out when we saw Justin play back in the day.
Yeah, but Calvin, man, you really do see it. Like, it is different level in terms of just a notch above. Like, wow, that is really good. I think we'll get to a time, I just tweeted this, guys, where we'll want everybody to just be in bubble wrap, call off camp, and get to the regular season. I think, no, I seriously think that's how good I think the Jags have the chance to be. And, like, it's worth giving up some practices to me to get to the regular season and see it. I know that's not realistic, but you get my point.
Sure.
And Stuart, you see that out there. Like, the fans, like, they know these guys are good. Like, when's the last time you've been to a camp practice and you're getting that feel from the fans? There's hope and all that a lot of times. But it's like, no, hey, league, we know we're good, and this is fun to watch almost just as much as a Sunday right now.
Yeah, there's some pride, and there should be for the fans. You know, you're coming off a terrific end to the season. You're bringing basically all those guys back, and you know, for once you can kind of puff your chest out a little bit. Now, is it deserved? We'll find out in a couple months whether or not they live up to this lofty expectation to be a, you know, top 5, top 10 offense in the NFL. That's certainly a big part of it. But if you're a fan, you got to run with this as long as you have it. Shoot, in 2018, you had it for 4 weeks. So, you know, and then it all went, well, we all know where it went. So you gotta enjoy it while you can if you're a fan, because the bad times are going to torment you to no end. You might as well enjoy the good times when you have them. And I mean, technically all 32 NFL franchises are in the good times. It's the, you know, training camp, preseason, everybody's undefeated, tied for first. So yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can, for sure.
Stuart Weber hanging around with us. Let's take a break. Aaron Schachter. We come back a little more with Stuart, if you can stick around through the break, Weber, and a note or two on high school football and more talk about Jags camp this morning and what to expect tonight on 1st and 10 training camp on the way. 4 o'clock hour, we'll have a conversation with Zay Jones with Marcel Robinson. 5 o'clock hour, Stuart Weber catches up with Foye Oluwakun. So we've got some conversations with some of the Jags stars on the way here on this Monday. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Brent Friends on ESPN 690 hanging out with Aaron Schachter and Stuart Weber from the Action Sports Shacks team. He was at camp this morning. Get you set for 1st and 10 training camp tonight. We'll begin another week of that Monday through Friday. Weeknights 11:15, CBS 47, Fox 30. A comprehensive look back at every day of training camp, and that includes some conversations with players, and we've got some of those chats coming up here on ESPN 690 as well. Stuart Weber, another thing happening today, high school football. It begins in earnest as Baker Sports Media Day was last week, but now the first day of practice really started at midnight. We had some of the midnight guys out there last night, including at Oakleaf High School with Coach Foye. And here we go, man. High school football, everybody should be ramped up. Awesome quarterback crop, but a lot of good football players and teams around the area.
I'm going to go out and make a bold prediction here. We're not going to get skunked in the state of Florida like we did last year when it comes to state championships. It was weird. It was probably the first time, I think, since I've been here that we didn't have a Florida state champion a year ago. We did have a Georgia one with Ware County up there in Waycross getting the job done and winning in Atlanta, so congrats to the Gators for that. But we didn't have a Florida state champion, and it came in the first year of the new split, the metro and suburban classifications, making it significantly harder for the teams that had been carrying the banner for Jacksonville and Northeast Florida to go and win titles, the Trinity Christians, the UCs, the Bulls of the world. It's a lot harder to win in those metro classes now, but you got to love the talent that we have in our area. Friday nights are going to be as competitive and as exciting as ever. You mentioned midnight practice over at Oakleaf. That's a cool tradition that has followed Coach Foye everywhere he's been from back in the days when he was the strength and conditioning coach at Fletcher. I remember doing it live, what is it, the country fair, I think they called it, the drills where you got to go run around the entire field and do all these different exercises. We did it live on the show for Action Sports Shacks Primetime back in the day before that midnight practice. I remember because we broke a microphone when I did a front flip into a mat, so that was good. Good memory there with Coach Foye, and he took it to Jackson with him and now to Oakleaf. So they've already gone and practiced 16 hours ago now at this point. So pretty cool way to get your season started. And then everybody else getting on the practice field today and getting going, even though school doesn't start for another 2 weeks in Northeast Florida, but certainly high school football is here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kaylee was just telling me, actually, high school softball, actually, there's a game today in Georgia. Georgia plays in the fall, and they're playing, like, high school softball games starting today. Or maybe it's tomorrow. I'm sorry, August 1st, believe it or not. But football season is here. You just mentioned Foye. Foye's interesting. Oakleaf always has a ton of talent. They've been very good. They've had good coaching in the past. Foye's done a great job with Jackson, and he goes over to Oakleaf. And where does he take them? Can he elevate them? Can he make them a state power, a power around here? They've often been squeezed out of playoffs just because the district is so good over the years that they've played in, but they've still been a very good football program. And, again, they're always going to be loaded with talent. It just seems like a hotbed right in that area where Oakleaf is. And then on the flip side of that, Stuart, is what happens to Jackson now. I mean, he had the nightmare on Main Street had kind of returned. And Coach Foye was responsible for a lot of that. And can they keep it up? It will be interesting to watch.
I think a big part of that is culture, right? You have some coaches that bring the success with them from spot to spot, and I think some that instill it in the young men that are in those programs, and then they're able to carry that torch, kind of like Bartram Trail. I don't expect them to drop off because I know what Coach Darryl Sutherland has done over those past few years to really teach those players how to act right and how to be good leaders. And I think that carries over into a new regime. And I would expect it to happen with Bartram Trail and probably with Jackson as well, just because of the fact that Coach Foye is gone. I feel like he has put a lot of lessons into those kids that he had a chance to coach over the past few years, and you hope that they kind of carry that mantle. Yes, they'll have a new coach, and they'll lean on him quite a bit as well. But if you're those players, you gotta know what the standard is, because you saw it a year ago, and now you have to reach it on your own along with your new staff.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. This is going to be a tough one.
Okay.
Who's the best team in the area in high school football as we start practice?
That's difficult. Yeah, that is on the spot. I can tell you who I'm most excited to see.
Ton of quarterbacks now, so everybody's got a quarterback.
Yeah, everyone's got a quarterback. I'm really excited to see what Mandarin can do. You mentioned the quarterbacks. They got a Florida State quarterback. They've got an Alabama wide receiver. They had talent there, and it wasn't that long ago that the Mustangs won a state title. Now, winning a state title is really tough in the metro classes, like I said, but they have a really good team. We'll see if Toby Bullock and the boys can go and get some dubs this year. They'll be fun to watch for sure.
I'm going to go with St. Augustine.
Another good one with Lachlan Hewlett.
And not just him, man. They were loaded with talent last year, and I think it's a little sleepy down there on everybody else right in St. Augustine. They kind of blew a big lead in the postseason to lose that, I think, second-round playoff game. But they arrived early last year. They could be really, really good.
To quote a guy that works on the other side of the building, you don't mess with the AUG, dog.
He might say that.
The AUG.
by the way, you got the Trinities and the Bowls and everybody else. Most people expect to be pretty good, too. But I think you got a lot to pick from. That might be a good poll question sometime down the road, Stuart Weber. Put that one in our back pocket.
Best team in town.
All right. Thanks for checking in, and we'll see you tonight on 1st and 10 Training Camp, CBS 47, Fox 30, 11:15. We'll be back 4 o'clock hour. Brent Friends, ESPN 690.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Lots of people hired us. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
O'Reilly. Increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up to eliminate carbon and varnish deposits. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for $10. See store for details. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Colts running back Zach Moss suffered a broken arm in today's training camp practice. He is second on the team's depth chart behind Jonathan Taylor. The Colts contemplating putting Taylor on the non-football injury list over back pain deemed to be from an injury not sustained while playing for the team. But Taylor said on social media he never had back pain, never reported any pain. Taylor wants out of Indy, but don't expect owner Jim Irsay to grant that trade request, believes ESPN's Marcus Spears.
Now they won't, because he'll flex his muscle as an owner, and he'll let Jonathan Taylor know, I control where you go and what you do in the future, which is what the league has been, but it's damn sure unfair.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Broncos receiver Tim Patrick believed to have torn his Achilles in his left leg today at practice. Ahead of tomorrow's MLB trade deadline, the Rays acquired righty Aaron Savali from the Guardians for first baseman Kyle Manzardo. This according to ESPN's Jeff Passan. Tampa's starting rotation has been in flux. Shane McClanahan, Taj Bradley have scuffled lately. Zach Eflin left his last start with knee discomfort.
Long summer days call for extra hands. Hire fast with Indeed. Their hiring solution helps attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hi, I'm Mike Lester, the founder of Talon Wealth and the host of the Guarding Your Nest Egg radio show. Like you, I love this country, and I'm very thankful for those that protect us along with our freedoms. That's why for active military and active first responders, if you decide to work with us, Talon Wealth isn't going to charge you any advisory fees. We're happy to explain all the details, but most importantly, we want to thank you for your service.
Talon Private Wealth, LLC. Investing in stock markets involves the risk of loss, and there is no guarantee that all or any capital invested will be repaid. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Florida license D056341. California license 0N00828.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me. Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Casey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Major League Baseball trade deadline is coming up in 24 hours. It will be tomorrow afternoon, August 1st, and the Tampa Bay Rays just traded for a starting pitcher from Cleveland, who I don't know well because I don't pay attention to the Indians that much.
What?
Savali, I think was his name. He's got pretty good numbers this year. I wonder if Casey will like that move.
I'm sure he will.
Like that move.
Sure.
They do give up a very good hitting prospect along the way.
Oh, boy.
So you just said it actually to me. You alerted me about this. They are not buyers very often. And they're making a move to strengthen that starting pitching. So we'll see what else everyone else does here around the trade deadline. Again, Shohei Ohtani not going to be moved, but plenty of possibilities, especially with the San Diego Padres team who looks like they're going to sell. Much like your Mets
too
are doing as well.
Come on,
Where's
bring
Verlander
the prospects.
Verlander's pitching unbelievable again.
Supposedly, the holdup is that he's got this 2025 option that a lot of teams want him to ditch, and he's refusing to. So,
oh, really?
I don't know if he's going to get moved.
Like the Scherzer move, I think the Mets are still going to pay like $34 million on that deal.
Oh, I thought it was like 22.5. It's some ungodly number, but like money is not the object to Steve Cohen.
No, but neither is winning.
Apparently not in 2024 either. They're going to keep trading for prospects. You might as well just put it on hold till 25 anyway.
That is the ultimate disappointment for the Mets. I mean, it's just not even in it.
Here's the
How
thing.
do you spend that much money and not even be in it? I mean, and the answer is, well, you can. I mean, the Rangers did this years ago, and they spent all this money on A-Rod. Didn't mean winning. The Yankees have done it multiple times. Now, they're usually in the mix. The crazy thing is Atlanta is so good that the Mets are 18 games out.
You want to talk about a quickly closing championship window. That window was open for 3.5 weeks for the Mets.
I mean, that was it. And to be honest with you, man, the what adds to it is you have teams, obviously, like the Rays are doing it again, but the Orioles, who have very few players that people can name, the Reds, the Marlins, like they're all doing Arizona.
Yep.
They're all doing it. And at least in the mix, they're like right there. And the Mets are really not. Now, if you go add in if you take those teams, they're not as far behind as, comparing them against Atlanta in the East. Atlanta's just crazy good. So,
you're giving a hard time to the Mets. The Padres out there spending a ton of money too.
They're the same. So it makes you wonder, is that the formula, right? I mean, the Yankees have spent for years. I mean, the Red Sox most recently, they've spent, and the Dodgers. It finally took for the Dodgers, but they've spent for a long time, Now, they've been very successful, too. They went to, I think it was 3 World Series in a row. So, yeah, it'll be fun to watch. Right now, you know what's crazy about baseball? Is the Red Sox are okay. The Red Sox are a lot better than they should be, which is kind of nice. And they'll fade because they're just not good enough, even though they do get Sale and Houck and even, what's his name, Trevor Story back. So it'll be interesting. Like, they add just off the injury list rather than, like, trading for people. But I'm just fascinated with Major League Baseball right now because of teams like the O's and the Reds and even the Diamondbacks. They might be fading, but the Angels, here they come now. They kept Ohtani, and they're only 5 back of the Texas Rangers in the West. That could be a wild race between the Astros, the Rangers, and the Angels.
Imagine if that pays off for them too.
Oh, that'd be great to see. And they're getting Trout back, so it'd be great for baseball if they're good, if they make it to the postseason.
Yeah, Ohtani in the postseason will be a good thing.
Yeah. So baseball, I just think baseball is – I'm not always locked into baseball. I admit it. I check once in a while, once a week. And the Red Sox, I'm just not as crazy as I used to be now that they've won World Series, and admittedly so. And so I'm not going to pretend to jump on the Red Sox now like I've been watching them all along. I haven't. But it is kind of neat. He's a really good manager, and he's done a really good job with that team to put him in position. And so I like those stories, and one does include the Sox. But there's a bunch of stories like that around big league ball, it's pretty fascinating with 2 months left in the season.
Yeah.
And I'm up here in Ohio. My father-in-law loves the Reds, watches every game.
He's got to be happy with Ely.
And the Reds are just fun, man. I mean, it's a cool team. You other than De La Cruz and Votto, you can't name people on the Reds.
No.
And they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, they're pretty good. So
I
was like that.
I saw a baseball highlight over the weekend that I was like, man, I need to bring this to the show and break it down with Brent and Casey. But it's one for when you guys are in the studio. I'm sure you saw it. It was a baseball brawl where the batter gets a ball thrown behind him by the pitcher. So he goes, all right, that's how we're going to play it. Pitcher on the next pitch, batter lays down a bunt down the first base line. Pitcher comes to pick it up, and as he's picking it up, the batter almost drop kicks him.
Oh, that's an old video.
Is that old?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an old video.
Oh, man, I saw that this weekend. It was fantastic.
Some of the old ones that come out, like, I don't know how old they are. There's another one that's made that was recently on my timeline for some reason about there's a guy that hit like a home run, and he's rounding the bases, and he's between third and home, and the pitcher absolutely bull rushes him off the mound and destroys him. It's like, this is like crazy. Can you imagine if that was like the sport more often?
Or like if other sports started, like if you had like Morikawa putting on the green, and here comes Scheffler at top speed putting a spear through his chest.
Hey, here's the deal. It's ridiculous to think about, but it would probably get higher ratings.
Oh my God! Suddenly I'd be golf fan number 1. Kidding me? Some kind of soccer slide right into John Rahm. Let's go.
That'd be wild. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter. Let's get back to football conversation. It is hard to ignore how fun the Jags receiving core is to talk about and how good they really might be, Aaron. Like a lot of this is just camp talk right now, but Ridley has raised the game. Like Ridley's the star of camp right now. Everybody's noticing how he might not skip a beat. Like, people who thought he might be rusty and
I was one, by the way. I was one.
Well, yeah, but right now you're like, oh, geez, she might not skip anything. Like,
totally.
That's how good he has looked.
Yeah.
At the now, this is a totally different time than when you get out in September, but it makes you feel good about what he might be. Christian Kirk could be a beneficiary of all that, coming off a really good year. We just talked to him last week. He's hungry. Zay Jones coming off a career year. I do wonder where he fits in all of this because of the receptions that are going to go toward Ridley. And then you sign Evan Ingram back. So, like, there's reason to have conversations. There's reason for excitement. But Zay Jones is kind of lost in all of that to me. And he might have been the most pleasant surprise of anyone a year ago, Aaron.
Yeah, I don't think the year he had was expected by anybody besides Zay.
Yeah, I would say that. Well, and that's a good question. Maybe a couple years down the road we can ask even Doug Peterson. Like, when they signed him, did they envision him?
Well, you know, they had high hopes. Well? They talked about what they liked about him, and then you ended up seeing it on the field. So I have a feeling like the scouting department did a great job with it, but did they really think he was going to come in career highs right off the bat, year one with Doug and Trevor? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't either. And don't you get the feeling now, though, like, so in one sense, he was a bit underappreciated what he did last year.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of been pushed to the back burner a little bit because all eyes are on Ridley. Listen, everybody's been pushed to the back burner because of Ridley. But you do then mention Kirk and Etienne and Ingram with the new extension. It's like, wait, hey, Zay, what about Zay? I mean, this guy was pretty good last year.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at it that way, and I'm wondering where he fits, exactly what they're going to ask him to do. And I believe I asked Doug Peterson this question back in the spring, and he was pretty clear with it. Like, Calvin Ridley and Zay Jones are on the outside, and Christian Kirk's in the slot. Like, there you go. And Evan Ingram's playing tight end.
Well, now you know the game
This isn't
plan.
a hard puzzle. Yeah, I think he actually kind of said it to me like that. Like, yeah, this ain't that hard.
Yeah.
But from an option standpoint, if you took those four guys, and again, you've got Agnew and Etienne and others, but if you took those four guys, Zay is fourth on the option list. Like, if we're playing fantasy football, right?
Yeah, totally. And that's nothing against Zay. You've just got giant, talented dudes in front of him.
Yeah, and I think he's already a little bit forgotten about.
Might even be fifth on the option list if you count Etienne.
Well, he would be. He would. That's exactly right. So, and that's what I mean. That's what I'm getting to here. Keep an eye on Zay Jones. And this is a pro's pro who found a groove, and he, too, found a home in Jacksonville last year. And he does have a role, and a valuable one. If you think of some of the big moments last year in the passing game, Zay Jones was right in the middle of it all. Can he do it again? Action Sports Jack's Marcel Robinson caught up with Zay Jones.
All right, here with wide receiver Zay Jones. First of all, before we get into the specifics, man, just got a few days of camping. Tell me what's the feeling like out here in the new facility.
Yeah, it's a good vibe. A lot of energy flowing through the building. A lot of gratitude to the men and women who helped make this possible, and we're just very thankful. And I know the guys feel the same way.
We were talking on the sideline. Of it being a little different than last year's training camp. Part of that being because obviously you guys have seen what the product of your hard work can be because of the last season. Didn't end the way you wanted to, but heading into this season, do you sense that there's a little bit of a different vibe between, I guess, the team itself out here?
Sure. I mean, there's a balance that goes into it. I think, honestly, you can't rely solely on the things that you did from last season, but you can use those things that you did positively and carry them into the next season. So there's a fine line between the balance. We just have to find our way. It's a new team. We've added different guys with different pedigree and to that healthy respect. So we just got to see what this team is made of and continue this process of growth.
Doug was talking to us earlier, and he was saying that, one of his messages to you guys was that even though there's definitely been heavy improvement, still not there yet. Obviously you want to be playing in that last game. It seems that there's still quite a bit of a hunger out here. Is that sort of something that you've noticed between not just you guys in the position group, but the entire team?
Yeah, I think it starts with our staff and our front office. We obviously know the end goal, and then with the leadership, it follows, and guys spread that, across the team, especially to the young guys. So we brought in winners. We brought in people who want to win, but wanting to win is not enough. We have to go out and execute. So that combination of what we're doing out here on the grass versus the DNA that we have inside this building, I believe will help us propel to the goal that we have in the end.
it seems that all of you guys, from a wide receiver standpoint, have been elevated. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with you guys working out together, going out to Arizona in the summer. Just talk about what you can expect from this wide receiver group and how the growth that you guys seen from the end of last season through the offseason to now.
I think you can expect a lot of guys to compete. We all bring different attributes to the table, especially with Calvin, introducing himself to our team and the things that he brings and his explosiveness, his quickness, his unique ability to get open, his route running ability. Then with Christian, his shiftiness, and then his explosiveness as well. Christian's one of the few slots that I've seen that's able to expand the field vertically in the slot position. A lot of them, to my knowledge, don't do that, but you can't put him really in a box because he has a lot of characteristics that come with him, and Jamal with his ability to return, to punt return, to run shallows for us, to run a reverse for us, to run a post for us, a double move. He really has a bag when it comes to anything he can tap into. So, we got a lot of guys, not just in the receiver room, It's how can we utilize all of these people and how can we make it, fit and be successful for us. We got tight ends we need to get involved. We got running backs we need to get involved. And obviously, we have Trevor. So I'm excited, just like our fans are excited to see how we take the next step and progress.
I love it because you are, and I've always known that you're definitely one of those humble guys, but you didn't mention yourself. You mentioned everybody else. As we've seen you in training camp early on, making a ton of plays, the connection between you and Trevor is still obviously improving, but definitely in a good spot. Where do you feel that you are? What's the next level for you this year?
So I just feel like I can always just try to get better, man. I don't really like to talk about myself a whole lot. I like for my game to speak. I don't know. I guess I'm a guy that brings a lot of versatility as well, whether it's playing inside or outside. I just try to come out here on this grass every day and just try to get better, just work on my body, work on my craft. And it sounds cliche, but I really mean it. And that's all I do. I don't need a whole lot of rah-rah, praise and accolades and things like that. I come out here and try to compete because I know at the end of the day, man, when I hang my cleats up, if I can say I won a Super Bowl with my guys, that's what I care about.
You talked about him earlier, and we've asked every single person in the wide receiver about the addition of Calvin Ridley. Yeah. You see what he brings to the table out here on the practice field, and there's no question that it elevates the entire room. But just what have you seen? Obviously, you've heard about him coming in, and you didn't really know what to expect. You had an idea with him obviously being out of football, but just what are your impressions of what this guy has been doing out here on the grass and what he brings to the table?
So when I used to watch Calvin from afar, obviously I could see some of his route ability just from film, right? So I would say one of Calvin's unique traits was his ability to stop. I think it's something that's taken for granted maybe from an outside perspective as far as what a receiver entails. Everyone talks about speed and all of these things, but for those who analyze and study the game, the ability to stop and get out of breaks is something that's very, very impressive. Watching Calvin up close, he's just a freak athlete. Truly, he has gifts from God to play this football game. And I can go into details of it. I can keep it broad, but just his foot pattern, the way he places his feet, his ability to sink into his hips, his ability to have body control when he moves left and right. He's smart. He can see the game in a progressive motion. He can tell when things are coming. His ability to stick and then react and then stick again is something that, I've even watched. A lot of guys have watched. I believe he puts DBs in positions where they truly have to guard him and they can't dictate a whole lot because he has so much explosiveness and wiggle to him. So I can't talk enough or talk highly about him enough. He's hungry. He has a vision for himself. You can see it. When he speaks, people listen. He's a leader. Sometimes when he speaks, you can hear a lot of pain in his voice from what, has transpired. I don't know, what he went through. I don't know the experiences that he had. I've never had to sit out an entire year for, what he may perceive at the time to be a small little error or mistake and turned, I won't even speak on his situation, but you can tell he's grateful to be here. You can tell he wants to be here. You can tell he's giving everything that he has. He asks questions. He studies. He gets out on the practice field early. He catches jugs after practice. So this guy is a pro, and I'm honored and blessed to be his teammate.
I just kind of marvel at you guys on the field, man. But just from a totality standpoint, is that I don't think in Jacksonville, at least my time covering the team, we've never had just a collective wide receiver core that you guys have. I mean, truthfully, I don't think there's a team that matches up with you guys that has the ability to man up against you guys. Just talk about just when you step into the huddle and you see the amount of talent, like you just mentioned all these guys, and you guys have no shortage of confidence. But I mean, all the guys you mentioned, just where's that confidence level like, and how elevated is it now with just what you see you guys have in the huddle?
I think personally, to play this game, as a man and as a competitor, you have to be willing to go in battle knowing that, it's kind of you versus you, right? When you have guys who bond with you, who are loyal to you, who trust you, it makes it completely easier. So I would say from a standpoint of the chemistry and the attitudes and the people we have, it is a complete core. From Trev to Travis to Tank to Jermichael to Calvin, Christian, freaking Jamal, Tim, the list goes on. So when you're going in the huddle with these guys, our O-line, we have all the complete confidence in the world to get our job done. I know when I look to my left and my right and I see Christian and I see Cal and I see Evan, I'm like, I'm good. I just got to go win my matchup,
I love this guy. I love him. I love Zay Jones. I love these receivers. I mean, you can talk about all their attributes on the field. If you want to take the conversations we just had this week with Calvin Ridley and Christian Kirk, and last Friday we had Evan Ingram on the show, 2 Fridays ago now, and now this one was Zay Jones and Marcel catching up with him. Go back and listen to those 4 conversations. You can go listen to it on YouTube on our Action Sports Shacks channel. The insight, the humility but confidence, the IQ and feel for the position and almost analytical look at each other and how they fit into this offense. And that's not even bringing Doug and Trevor and Press and everybody else into the fold. Just look at those 4 players. Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, Evan Ingram. And it's unbelievable, Aaron. Like, I don't take that for granted, these guys, the way they answer questions, the way they talk us through it. Zay Jones was just gold there. I had not listened to that. I hadn't heard Marcel's conversation. And him describing the rest of the receivers in the room, I mean, it's awesome stuff. Like, go back and listen to it later if you can, if you missed any of it. It is really good stuff on what they bring to the table. Zay's always so thoughtful anyway. He's a terrific guy to talk to and have a conversation with because you're going to get tremendous insight.
It kind of feels to me that it even transcends football, that these guys know each other very closely now, independent of the playbook.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you almost get this, and I don't want to put too much on it, but I think that's a very astute point. Like, these guys could all live in the same house and be brothers.
Yeah, no, well, Zay talking about Ridley's state of mind, but being careful not to tread in an area that isn't his. Like, he doesn't want to talk about what Ridley was thinking in the moment, but at the same time, he clearly understands, at least from an empathetic point, what this man was feeling. It sounds to me like they talked about it. I got to imagine that's not the only person that had that conversation, or it was only Zay and Ridley in that group. This seems like a really close group of guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they epitomize really what the team is all about, and they eloquently say it. I've often said this about this football team, which I love over the last couple of years, and I know they don't love it when they're going through it, and there can be tumultuous times, a bunch of adversity, and everybody goes through that in their life and their workplace and everything else. But to play this kind of sport and to have those receivers and what they've gone through, Calvin Ridley just went through it. Zay Jones, go look at the article that he shared earlier this summer and what he's been through as a person. Christian Kirk's, I'm not sure, has been as dramatic, but again, even his career and overlooked and everything else, and probably been through some stuff we don't even know. And then you get Evan Ingram and his up and down ride in the NFL. I think they are at such a point in their careers, Aaron, where they appreciate where they're at. They appreciate their skills. They appreciate Jacksonville, the Jaguars, Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence, and each other. And I think that's a tough thing to get to, probably as an athlete. But I think they eventually get there, and to have all these guys there at about the same time, I think there's something to be said for that. And then add on to it hunger.
Yeah.
So just a brilliant.
And hope, really. I mean, you want to talk about one of the few teams in the NFL where hope is really springing eternal past training camp. I would say the Jaguars are one of them.
And again, sometimes you have words and it sounds good, and then you have actual results. These guys all had career years, and Calvin Ridley's coming in here as what maybe one of the top receivers in the game. So, like, this isn't manufactured stuff on our part. Like, this is real-life stuff to go along with the unbelievable insight and everything else. I mean, to hear him speak in layman's terms about the receiving position and really dumb it down for us, and to say his ability to stop when he's talking about Calvin Ridley. And then you go look at some of the camp highlights, and you see him stopping and making guys go right by him and then going in a different direction. And it's like, well, that's what he's talking about. I can see that. Great stuff.
Yeah,
just really good stuff.
Totally.
This is a receiving core that you should be excited about, and it's not over-dramatized. These guys could be really, really good this year. Just please stay healthy and have a terrific season here in Jacksonville. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly sunny, hot, and humid on this Monday with more afternoon and evening storms. Keep an eye to the sky. The rain will go away tonight, leaving us partly cloudy and mild with overnight lows in the 70s. Then we'll see a little less rain and storm coverage Tuesday, but there will still be some around with daytime highs still in the 90s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beards Diamonds.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation is dedicated to improving the mental well-being of sick kids by providing comfort and normalcy to those who need it most. Learn how at starlight.org.
Rich Jones here. If you're an investor who's interested in doing well while doing good, getting solid returns on your investments while making a positive impact, consider investment funds with DLP Capital. Here's Don Wenner, CEO of DLP Real Estate Capital, to tell you more.
With the current housing shortage in the U.S., investing in real estate, especially workforce housing, is one of the safest and most reliable places to invest. We invest in affordable housing for hardworking people and generate amazing returns for each of our investors.
To get your investor's guide and find out more, dial ** Invest from your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Hubbard House is the domestic violence center that serves Duval and Baker counties, providing free, confidential, caring resources for survivors and their children. 24-hour support is available at 904-354-3114. Survivor, you are not alone. Hubbard House is here for you. Call 904-354-3114.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I'm gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
More than qualified to handle your roof. Call J&M, then we'll show you the proof. Check with our customers and they all say only one way to go, the J&M way.
We take pride in doing quality work at a fair price. And you can finance your new roof for as low as $139 per month. J&M Roofing, under the umbrella. Call 904-337-0509.
License number CCC 1331951.
I'm Action News Jax anchor Tanika Hughes. Knowing what's happening in your neighborhood keeps you informed and up to date.
Live in downtown.
Reporting in Jacksonville.
Live from the south side.
We make it easy for you to stay connected to local news, breaking news, and weather right from your Roku device.
I'm John Bachman. We have breaking news to tell you about on I-95.
I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Stay indoors. This is a very dangerous storm.
Wherever it happens, whenever it happens. Download Action News Jax now. Streaming now on Roku.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day.
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
Dad, I don't feel good.
I'll grab the Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey.
Isn't DayQuil just for parents?
Actually, Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey is just for kids, specially designed to treat kids' most bothersome cold symptoms quickly with a honeylicious tasting flavor kids like.
You know what else kids like?
DayQuil Kids Honey first, then video games.
Deal.
Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey. The kids' honeylicious daytime coughing, congestion, stuffy head, stuffy nose medicine. Safe for ages 6+.
Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe.
I know I'm getting too excited about this Jags receiving core. I get it.
I don't think so.
But
why do you think you're getting too excited?
Well, it feels dangerous to get too excited about anything, but I can't. Like, you put it in perspective, and I just tried to do that during the break on Twitter. I know we're in break. I don't. And so there was like commercials playing while I'm tweeting this. If you're jumping in, but the Jags after Jimmy Smith, worth noting, 2005, I believe it was. Jimmy Smith had a 1,000-yard receiving year. Between then and 2015, it was like a decade before they had another 1,000-yard receiver. And they landed two of them, actually, in Allen Hurns and Allen Robinson. So two basically in however much time, and now if you want to go even add 16, what would that be, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I'll have to go back and look, but I don't think we had a 1,000-yard receiver in Jacksonville any of those years either. And then to have last year Christian Kirk and all the receivers that did their thing. But the bigger picture look at after a decade of trying to find a 1,000-yard receiver, which so many teams had in the NFL, especially as the league got pass happy around the second decade of this century, the Jags couldn't find them forever. And now they've put together a receiving core that looks like Calvin Ridley, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Jamal Agnew, and Evan Ingram. I mean, like, it's really amazing. Like, that's why I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Like, I thought there was reason to get excited about guys like Allen Robinson. Allen Hurns came out of nowhere, but Marquise Lee, if he could have stayed healthy, I think would have been a nice player in the league and for the Jags, and he just couldn't stay healthy enough over time. There have been other guys that are here and there, but I mean, this is a franchise that could only find Allen Robinson and Allen Hurns, I believe, since 2005 to go over 1,000 before last year. And now they've got like 5 guys that you feel like could do it. They're not going to all do it, obviously, but they've got a lot of players. And now Agnew's not going to be a 1,000-yard guy. But I love how the other receivers mention Agnew because I do think he's an important element here. I think he's an important part of it. And the fact that the group includes all those players, it's just it's really amazing. And I'll add one more layer, and I don't want to stoke this fire, but once again, Trent Baalke was viewed as one of the biggest villains we've ever seen in Jacksonville. And he and Doug Peterson and company have put together this offense.
Like a master class in roster building. Now, granted, you had a lot of high draft picks, so you get to build it, but you look at that receiver core, and that was not built on draft picks.
No, they spent the money in the right places.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
the scouting did the job. Yeah.
They've made a lot of the right decisions. How long can it last? How wide will the window be open? What does it look like after this year? These are all questions. But for right now, we don't care about any of that. Like right now, this offense, and again, it's not like that's what you have, and then you're trying to get like a rookie quarterback or a Taylor Heineke to play with that group, and you're like, well, that guy should be set up well. No, you've got an elite potential quarterback, a terrific play caller, and who I think one of the top dangerous running backs in the game in ETN in the backfield.
This is why when you get excited about this receiver group, I'm telling you, it's not empty praise here. Even with a young, inexperienced quarterback who's not Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback would be elevated by these receivers.
Yeah, it's amazing. And here's the deal, Aaron. What you just said is right, and that's why I mentioned like a Heineke or a young quarterback. Like they'd be in a very good situation. If Bryce Young walked into this situation, be like, damn, that's a good situation.
He's set up nicely, yeah.
But you have Trevor Lawrence, who I think, and many people think, he's so good that he makes receivers better.
Yeah.
So he's the guy making them even better.
I think Christian Kirk and Zay Jones would agree with you, yes.
Yeah, so like that's and Doug is good at that too.
Yes.
Doug has helped guys have really nice years that maybe hadn't before or never did once he was gone.
Or maybe who had and then didn't and then came to the Jaguars like Evan Ingram and balled out.
I mean, it is pretty dynamic now. It's real. Like it is real. I just can't get over it. All right, let's move on to another topic. How about Aaron Rodgers? I loved it, man. I was wondering what Aaron Rodgers was going to do. We talked a little bit about this on Friday. Was he going to lay the hammer down, or was he going to try to ignore it? And he stuck up for Nathaniel Hackett in a big-time way. I was kind of impressed. I know you have some cuts from Aaron Rodgers on NFL Network with Peter Schrager. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, this is Rodgers putting into context why he loves Hackett so much.
My love for Hackett goes deep. You know, we had some great years together in Green Bay. Kept in touch. Love him and his family. He's an incredible family man, incredible dad. And on the field, he's arguably my favorite coach I've ever had in the NFL. Just his approach to it, how he makes it fun, how he cares about the guys, just how he goes about his business with respect, with leadership, with honesty, with integrity.
Come on. You hear those things, Sean Payton?
I'm not a huge Aaron Rodgers guy.
Neither
right?
was I until he became a Jet. Now I'm all about it. Come on.
We had to talk you into that, man.
You really did. I was telling my friend 3 weeks ago I had quit this team, and now I'm all about it. Come on.
I'm not like the biggest Rodgers fan. I'm also not a hater by any means. Like I think he's very interesting. Like, he's an interesting athlete in today's day and age of athletes, and in the NFL particularly. And you know me, I still have more faith that he's very good than you and Casey have, even at his age.
I am kind of curious why you thought he was going to bring the hammer on a response. I thought, I didn't think he would ignore it. I thought he'd be asked about it because New York. And I thought he would do something along the lines of, we'll have to show him how it's done in week 5 or something like that.
Nah, yeah, I thought he was going to be all or nothing. Like, I'm not talking about it, and we're just going to let it simmer and wait until week 5. Or I thought he was going to do this.
Yeah.
Like, really, like, go after him. And I like what he did here. Like, you know what? Because he's right. Like, he was really right.
He nailed it.
And in this one, like, I love the fact that he said, forget about all, like, the headline words, like, keep your my coach's name out of your mouth type thing. But he said, I couldn't believe, like, a coach was attacking another coach.
Only a veteran could say something like that, too. You're not going to see Sam Howell make that kind of comment. You're not going to see Kenny Pickett say something like that. It's got to be a guy who's been around for a bit because then that carries a little bit of weight.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know that, but you're probably right. And I just really thought he handled it well. It doesn't matter externally anymore, right? It really matters internally how they're going to rally behind Nathaniel Hackett, who does come off a very rough season, by the way. But I think right now, Aaron Rodgers has so much attention in New York, in their building. Forget about the papers and the radio and everything else. But in their building, when he speaks, people are really listening. And so for him to rally around and say the things that he said to Hackett, I think he just got everybody else on the offense bought into Hackett even more than they already were, even if they were bought in.
Yeah, I'm buying that. And as you listen to this Aaron Rodgers cut we're about to play, I want you to take note of the pregnant pause before he burns the boat, before he sets the bridge on fire. He does a little mental check, I think, of going, are we going there? Yeah, we're going there.
It made me feel bad that someone who's accomplished a lot in the league is that insecure that they have to take another man down to set themselves up for some sort of easy fall if it doesn't go well for that team this year. Thought it was way out of line and inappropriate, and I think he needs to keep my coach's names out of his mouth.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. And, you know, the other thing lost in there is he said he's just kind of setting themselves up to be like, this isn't my fault, right?
There it is. Like he's giving himself a soft landing there. And Aaron Rodgers called him out. He goes, I see the field with clear vision, Sean Payton.
Which, by the way, Aaron, and I've said this over and over and over again at various times here in Jacksonville because we've seen it happen. This is a league which always stuns me when it comes to this, but it's an interesting dynamic. It's a league that holds everybody accountable on a daily basis with film study and everything else. Quarterback's going to take the blame for everyone. If it's not my fault, it's my fault. So there's always accountability. But then when the stuff's about to hit the fan, it's always everybody else's fault. You'll start seeing fingers point like we're talking like you got your 3 kids in a room and somebody stole something and they're blaming each other. Right? That's what happens in this league. And so I think Rodgers nailed it because Sean Payton's going to want to blame somebody else if this doesn't work.
Totally.
And that's the way the league works. Like, you will see it. You can see everybody on the same page, and then when they think it's about to splinter, the fingers start to point. Even if it's not vocally or publicly, they start to point. And I think we've seen that in Jacksonville many a times. We see it across the National Football League, and I think that's what Aaron Rodgers was referring to right there, that we might already be kind of set up to see it in Denver with Sean Payton. I thought he handled it really well. I like Nathaniel Hackett a lot, too, so I like that he stuck up for him. So it might be a little bias on my part. But we all know we thought Sean Payton was out of line anyway. Now I did say this last week, and I believe this. I think it's over now. I think it's over until week 5.
Well, they asked Sean Payton to respond to Aaron Rodgers' comments, and he said, we're past that now.
Yeah, which is smart. You know, like that's okay.
I bet he wants to be past it for sure.
Yeah. I think everybody now has said their stuff smartly and now moved on.
I just want one more thing to happen. I don't know what it is.
What?
I don't know.
Can happen?
Like maybe after a huge hit in a game and then the post-game press conference, maybe Quinnen Williams took someone's helmet off and then they ask him in the press conference, he's just practicing for week 5. And it's like week 1 or 2. Like, bring it. I just need one more.
This. We have seen emotion at the end of games before. Like, don't be surprised to see a lot of emotion in that game, especially if the Jets win.
Yeah, I think Rodgers is going to go out there trying to throw 8 touchdown passes on one snap.
Well, my point to that is in the post-game handshake, don't look at it. It might not be a friendly handshake.
That's
like,
right.
It might be like him going after Sean Payton, like verbally, after that game.
Oh.
And I could see that happening.
That would be wild. I would expect Rodgers to just not shake a hand. I could totally see Robert Saleh walking to the middle of the field and being a gentleman about it because he loves high road stuff. But Aaron Rodgers, wow, if it gets contentious, that could be fun too.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, a couple of quick things around the NFL. Danielle Hunter, who we talked about, how the hell did this get sewn up so quickly? I thought he was on his way out. By Saturday morning, they were talking about him on a trade block. By Sunday, they gave him $20 million.
Well, according to all the sources in the NFL that these folks spoke to, Schefter and the like, they said that they Vikings researched the trade market and saw the value wasn't there, so they renegotiated with him.
Oh, there you go. So that was short-lived.
Interesting to note, by the way, because you got Danielle Hunter on one side, Marcus Davenport on the other. Both are now playing on one-year deals. And then Kirk Cousins in the final year of his contract. You've shipped Dalvin Cook out of the way. The big elephant in the room no one's talking about is the fact that you got to pay Justin Jefferson or what? Like, you're not getting rid of that kid.
By the way, did you see Jefferson's catch?
Ooh. Oh, my gosh.
That was sick.
His glue on his hands has glue. It's insane.
That was crazy.
It's insane.
Here's what I'm interested in when it comes to a guy like Danielle Hunter. Let's just say he hits free agency next year. So the Jags are going to need pass rushers again, most likely. So do you keep Josh Allen and you pay him X, or do you go get a guy like Hunter who's older? You know, that'll be an interesting scenario because, remember, Hunter came in the league in 2015, so we're almost on a decade for him.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he came in a while back, and he's also had a little bit of an injury history.
Yeah, so I would say the Jags are better off paying big bucks to a guy like Josh Allen, but we're going to have to see how each performs this season. Sony Michel retires, man. Young.
Yeah, this was a shocker.
this is not the first player and won't be the last that we've seen retire young. But, yeah, this was, hey, I'm going back to the Rams. No, I'm not. I'm done.
He went to the Rams a month ago.
Yeah.
And then I guess through training camp and conditioning, he went to McVay last night or whenever he talked to him, and he was like, my body is telling me this isn't going to work.
Interesting. Well, at least he's honest with himself.
I just think it's wild to me. You're seeing more and more guys under the age of 30 walk away from the game. Some of them really young. You got this fullback in Pittsburgh, the mullet kid. I forget his name, but we haven't seen the reason why, but he just announced he's retiring. It was months after he got drafted.
Yeah, and there's various reasons, and I really appreciate the player that can walk away earlier for whatever reason. Maybe it's health, maybe it's the body and performance, maybe it's pure satisfaction and I want to do something else. You know, we say like kids might get burnt out when they go to college. Yeah, there's some people that fall out of love with the game even when they're in the NFL. That exists. There's a lot of money, but it doesn't mean they still love playing. And if you don't love playing this game, man, it's hard to play it.
Oh, yeah. And there is something to, like, seeing those guys walk away. You feel like, all right, there's hope for everybody, I guess. If you can walk away from that and still be whole, you can walk away from anything and be all right.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's hard to watch and be like, oh, you're leaving so much on the table.
It does feel that way. But he's a running back. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Two roads diverged into a steamy, hot northeast Florida summer. One road led to a home AC system that's unreliable and inefficient. It was fated to fail swiftly. The other road led to a home that's efficiently and dependably cool. Its AC was a mechanical marvel, destined to be a lasting refuge against summer's scorching siege.
Time to take the road most traveled by your neighbors for over 60 years. Hammond Air Conditioning. Hammond is North Florida's most trusted authority for air conditioning services. And with Hammond, your home is never a learning opportunity for inexperienced techs. Hammond's veteran specialists understand how to make a system operate perfectly in our Northeast Florida heat. And they know how to extract all the potential from a modern high-efficiency system. That means they'll design a system perfect for you, one that fits to the temperature you want and will save you money on your electric bills. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency system for as low as $70 per month, and that's with a 10-year warranty. Go to hammondair.com.
Does your digital marketing work? Not sure? Would you like to be? Then reach out to CMG Local Solutions. At CMG Local Solutions, we help you find new customers with a suite of powerful digital marketing services, including search, targeted display, video, and analytics. In fact, we're a Google Premier partner, an honor given only to their top marketing partners. So if you want results you can actually measure, both on the web and on your bottom line, we can give them to you. Learn more about how we can help you at cmglocalsolutions.com.
Mike Lester, you are the founder of Talon Wealth, but you were not born with a subscription to the Wall Street Journal and a calculator in your hand. So what was your first job as a teenager?
Mowed yards. Of course, I couldn't drive. I was probably 12, 13. I had a skateboard. I could basically get everything on that lawnmower and drag myself on the skateboard to whatever lawn I had to mow.
Get to know Mike and the other Talon Wealth fiduciaries at guardingyournestegg.com.
There are 16 spots in the playoffs and just one track left. Well, not just any track.
We're basically going to have to win.
Daytona. A last chance to keep playoff hopes alive.
1 point to the good.
And for fans to experience an event unlike any other. NASCAR weekend at Daytona International Speedway, August 25th and 26th. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
AutoZone is more than a parts store. It's where we help you solve problems like, sorry I'm late, my battery died. And
I need a jump. Again.
At America's #1 battery destination, you can find the right battery at the right price with options starting at only $89.99. And we offer free battery testing and charging whenever you need it. Get the parts and help you need to get the job done right at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
So you're in the middle of a kitchen update, and you can't tell if that's a faucet stem or a flange. With the Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
Stay with ESPN 690 for your chance to see and hear our special events in the Farah and Farah Performance Studio throughout 2023. Powered by Farah and Farah and ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
All right. Do you miss the bird or do you like the X?
You know me, I'm a troll from back in the day. I love X because it annoys so many people, but it is an all-time dumb move from a guy who's supposed to be really, really smart.
Okay, so explain yourself.
So I like that it makes everyone upset, right? Like you can't, everything, like you're so used to saying Twitter, and I'm going to tweet this, and I'm going to retweet this, and did you see this tweet thread, and now none of it makes sense anymore, right? And 5 years from now, when people kind of forgotten this thing was called Twitter at one point, like all that's gone. All that real estate that the brand has built over a decade, it's all gone. The word was a verb. It was synonymous with doing something like Xeroxing something or ordering a Coke when you really just mean soda. You know, they had it. That is the fantasy for every brand, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
For your company to be the verb. Like, when you got to search for something on the internet, Brent, what are you telling people to do?
Google it.
Yeah, and Google loves that. So if Google changed their name to Wendy's, it would be a dumb move.
Yeah.
And that's what Elon ultimately did. Now, Elon does have one thing going for him right now, and it's the fact that his main competitor is Threads. And I don't know if you know, but I did a little investigation, quick check of what's going on at Threads right now. Yeah. Here's an app that got 100 million people. It got 100 million people in like a day or whatever, a week, and nothing's going on there. Now, granted, it's brand new. I'm sure in month one of Twitter, nothing was going on there really either. But when you launch as the alternative and you got a billionaire, one of the richest people in the universe behind it, you may want to throw a couple of big dollar events behind it to make sure people stay on the thing. Because nothing is happening there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Like, what's the X thing? Does it go back to like X.com or whatever when he was?
Yeah, he's just obsessed. X.com, he owns it. So now it
wasn't that the whole PayPal thing? Like
right,
back in
the
the
PayPal
day?
originally was X, and then
I thought I had that story. Right?
Now, if you go to X.com, it goes to Twitter or X. It goes to the platform formerly known as Twitter. But also, like one of his kids has an X in their name. That's a silent X, and SpaceX has an X at the back of it. Like
okay, so he's trying, but it's all like this all-encompassing brand that he's trying to layer across.
He is. He's trying to get a brand that's not only a social media platform, but where we do bill payment and like transferring money to each other, and where we do all kinds of things. He wants an everything app. But fine, keep Twitter and do what Facebook did. Create a company called X and have all these platforms and then merge them on an X app. Don't just ruin Twitter. He's destroyed the brand.
Do you think is Twitter here to stay now? Because there was some concern that it wasn't. Where are we at with that?
I mean, again, like I think, honestly, I think it's not going to last. I think either he's trying to burn it down on purpose, or maybe not, because there's some legalities behind that. He could probably be sued by his shareholders if he tries to do something like that. But
imagine burning something down that's worth $44 billion apparently, or
well, not anymore. It's lost like half its value since he's taken it over. I think that's the point, though. Like Tesla shareholders are mad at him. SEC is threatening lawsuits. He now can't stay out of trouble just because of this Twitter thing. So he appoints a CEO to Twitter, so that she could focus on it and he can go back to being a billionaire and running multiple companies. And then he's still doing the nonsense with the name change and the sign change and all this other stuff. He can't get out of his own way on this.
It is pretty wild. Like, it just kind of happened. Like, I didn't pay that much attention to it. But now it was like everything updated on my phone. Now everything is X, like overnight.
Yeah. And the news was haphazardly sent out in the same way that Twitter does a lot of stuff since Elon took over. For instance, if you try to reach out to their customer service or request some kind of statement, if you're the media or something, either one of those two gets met with a poop emoji as opposed to an actual response from customer service, because Elon is a troll, and that's his thing. And I don't mind that so much, but it does get fatiguing a little bit.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Here we are, still on Twitter, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm every day I'm going there, and I'm looking for information about my favorite, football activities, but for how much longer? I don't know.
For the people that use it, like, again, I think there are some people that try to get off it, or maybe they have completely. I still think it's probably not as many as they say there are. I don't know, man. Like, something else has to come along. I understand that's why Threads was a thing or whatever. But it takes a long time for something else. Well, sometimes it's quick. But
I also think, like, straight-up text status updates are not popular at this point. When Twitter was launched, it was a cool thing to do. And now everything's a photo or a video. Like, do you really need text-based? Link-based, yes.
This is but they all have their own different things. Well, I always tell people where all our platforms are, right? I mean, YouTube is different than Twitter, than different than Facebook, than different than Instagram, than different than Twitch. Like, and whatever, TikTok's different. Like, I think they're all different. And as long as they're all different, it feels like they're all kind of safe to be utilized the way they're utilized.
Yeah.
Unless someone's going to adopt it or steal it and then morph it into, which could happen at some point.
I think it will.
But, yeah, pretty. Again, I don't really deep dive into this stuff. It's just pretty. It is pretty. I guess we have definitely transitioned to X.
Look, there was.
I'll never see the Twitter bird again, I guess.
That's true.
I missed the little fella.
You should. It was something that meant something to you. It's still on our video feed. I'm going to keep it up there. R.I.P. Birdie. Tweet, bro.
Football at 5 coming up next. The conversation with Foye Oluwakun on the way when we come back. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Kinetico softener and drinking water system. Kinetico's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
I'm Clayton Bromberg, the president of Underwoods, and I have some interesting information if you're interested in owning a quality diamond. We did some research on the internet to see how diamonds price on various websites like Blue Nile. What we found were diamonds of the same weight, color, clarity had pretty different prices. Generally, that has something to do with how the diamond's cut, but the only way to see these diamonds was to buy them. So we did a price comparison on the diamonds we could tell were nicely cut, and what we found was our prices for beautifully cut Underwood diamonds were the same as theirs. So if you're interested in diamonds and want real expert help, real quality and value, and don't want to pay just to look at a diamond, come by Underwoods. And remember, when a diamond comes from us, you get all the services, assurances, and guarantees the people of North Florida have learned to expect for over 80 years. At Underwoods, our brand is a promise, and it's one we keep. In San Marco, Avondale, and the shops of Ponte Vedra.
Tuning into the baseball game, monitoring the incoming storm, catching your favorite talk show. These are just a few of the reasons more than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month. And did you know AM radio is the backbone of the emergency alert system? It's reliable, free, and public safety depends on it. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress we need AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Jacksonville is a great place to live. And if you love where you live, you should invest in it. That's why more and more people bank with One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. We invest every penny back into North Florida, backing the very best small businesses, nonprofits, and of course the family home. Why put your money with some big out-of-state bank when you can invest in where you love to live? One-to-One Financial. We're your hometown credit union. Sign up today at one-to-one-fcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
To go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring today.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 and
Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Colts running back Zach Moss broke his arm in today's training camp practice. He is second on the team's depth chart behind Jonathan Taylor. Indy's considering moving Taylor to the non-football injury list over what it says is back pain from an injury not sustained while playing for the Colts. Taylor, who's requested a trade, says he never had back pain, never reported back pain. A couple of win now teams should call the Colts about Taylor, suggests Canty and Carlin co-host Chris Canty.
If you're the Buffalo Bills, if you're the Miami Dolphins, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, how the hell do you not go after a guy that 2 years ago had over 2,100 yards from scrimmage and 20 touchdowns? Jonathan Taylor was an MVP candidate in 2021. That's how good he was. Not just in the running game, but in the passing game, too.
Chris Canty on Greeny. Broncos receiver KJ Hamler, diagnosed with a mild heart irritation, says he'll miss some time, but does intend to be back on the field this season after treatment with medication. That news coming after Denver receiver Tim Patrick is believed to have suffered a season-ending torn Achilles today at practice.
If you need last-minute hires in no time, you need Indeed. Their integrated hiring solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been more streamlined. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credit.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me. Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Casey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Hey, Football 5 we go here on a Monday. Brent Friends on ESPN 690. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Casey Kurtz back in the fold tomorrow. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton still coming up at 6 o'clock. Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp off on a Monday. They don't play on Mondays.
They don't, but
I like that.
They're going to play the Memphis Redbirds when they're back tomorrow. First pitch at 8:05. And Brent, do you know what's happening Thursday night here?
Thursday night, I think I just saw this and now I forget. What do we got happening?
Well, you were talking about how football is back in like a couple of weeks, but football is back Thursday, man. My Jets taking on the Deshaun Watsons in the Hall of Fame game.
There we go.
Kind of a home game for the Browns, right out in Ohio.
So you can hear that game right here on ESPN 690. We'll have a lot of football, of course, throughout the year. Sunday nights, Monday nights, Thursday nights with our Westwood One coverage on ESPN 690. Well, we talked or heard a conversation with Zay Jones, had a lot of wide receiver talk. Stuart Weber joined us earlier about camp today for the Jags. So still a lot of receiver stuff because that's what you get right now. You get quarterbacks throwing to receivers, working against corners. That's kind of the way it goes. If you want a highlight from camp, that's what you're seeing. Other than that, you're seeing a bunch of drills done. Tomorrow they put the pads on, and then football really begins, and there'll be a transition period. So by the end of the week, I think we'll get a lot more action and a lot better feel for the trenches and positions like the linebackers and the running backs to some degree, more than we at least know at this phase of it. If you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars and start labeling position groups at strengths and weaknesses, obviously we're talking so much about wide receiver. We think Trevor Lawrence is a strength at quarterback. They've built the running back room. I mean, there's a lot to like on the offensive side. On the defensive side of things, the best position group that I think exists and get excited about, although I don't have a resume that can tell you that inside and out, is the linebacker spot, Aaron. Foye Oluwakun, well, he's that guy. He's the leading tackler in the NFL for the last couple of years. But I think there's a lot of promise and hope and upside in the other guys. Devin Lloyd's been flashing early in camp. Again, little asterisk, no pads on. Chad Muma had an interception at Trevor Lawrence over the weekend. They've got depth there from guys like Shaq Quarterman to draft picks like Ventrell Miller, which will be interesting to watch. So there's a lot to like about that linebacking group right in the middle of the field. And I think by the end of this season, by the middle of the season, heck, maybe by the start of this season, this could be a strength of the defense, something that you know is pretty good, and we're going to let the front and also the secondary play itself out.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. You know, I have a piece here that I was going to bring to the table if we had enough time. The all under 25 defensive team, and there is a surprise appearance from a Jacksonville Jaguar. I won't give away who it is, but you know, you talk about that linebacking group, and yeah, it can be an impressive group if those guys take that step forward.
Well, why not share with us?
Okay.
Or do you want to go interview first and then we'll share with us?
We could do this right now. It's going to be real quick. We don't have to get deep into it. I just wanted to make sure you knew the info.
I got it.
All right. So this is from CBS Sports. It's the all under 25 defensive team for 2023. And the interesting part I found wasn't necessarily on the first team. It's some of the usual suspects and some guys who I'm not necessarily too familiar with because they're young studs on teams I don't follow. But Micah Parsons on the edge, Aiden Hutchinson on the edge. That one hurts a little bit for Jags fans, I think. But that's okay. Alan McNeil, Jordan Davis at defensive line, Nick Bolton, a great linebacker in Kansas City, Patrick Queen, another standout stud in Baltimore, Kamormoa, Sauce Gardner, and Patrick Surtain in the secondary. You know those guys are bringing it. Hufanga and Carmen Curl round out the safeties. But on the second team, Brent, if I told you there was a Jacksonville Jaguar on the all under 25 defensive team for 2023, give me a couple of names of who you think might be there.
Well, I'd have to go back and look up what age group Josh Allen is, but he must be
Josh
over
Allen is
26
or 27. Yeah, he's just barely over, so he's not on the list.
Then your other options, Tyson Campbell. How old is Tyson?
It's a great name. He's under 25, not on the list.
What?
Well, you got Tariq Woolen, Trayvon Diggs, Sauce Gardner, Pat Surtain. Those guys are great. You can have the argument whether they're better than Tyson Campbell or not.
Yeah.
But those four names deserve to be there, so.
Yeah, Woolen had a really nice year, so okay, I'll give him that. But I think under 25 best player on defense for the Jags is Tyson Campbell.
Clearly.
Right?
Andre Cisco might be another name, but he's not on this list. Like I told you had Hufanga and Curl as the first team, Kyle Hamilton, Javon Holland as the second team. Let me stop.
Those are two young guys, by the way, Hamilton and Holland.
Totally. I were rookies last year. Let me just stop the pain right now. The Jaguar that is on this list, all under 25 defensive team for 2023 from CBS Sports on the second team is linebacker Devin Lloyd.
Yeah. You know, obviously you'd like – so here's the deal. This is something we've talked about a lot. Devin Lloyd, Trayvon Walker, Andre Cisco, Tyson Campbell, you'd like to see them on this list, like on the first team by next year.
Of course, sure.
Like they have the ability to be there. Now, it might be a crowded position to the point you just made about Tyson Campbell. Those are four pretty good names.
I mean, those are great guys.
That have performed well. Cisco, I really think, could be here. I don't think there's enough out there on Cisco yet.
I loved watching
it,
Andre
right?
Cisco last year.
I think tremendous. Cisco, if you wanted to really analyze maybe what a Kyle Hamilton did or a Holland did, and maybe they were better. But if you analyze all those guys and what they did last year, I think Cisco's closer than a lot of people believe, maybe to that list. And we want to see Trayvon Walker there, right? So to see Devin Lloyd here is interesting. What it tells me is maybe there's not a lot of depth at the linebacker spot in the under 25 category because Lloyd did some nice things that also will appear even better from the outside looking in because you're going to look at stats. You're going to say, wow, he had these fumble recoveries and he had these interceptions. That doesn't tell the whole story about Devin Lloyd last year. Sometimes the story isn't told the opposite way, right? Like Cisco. Maybe he didn't have as many interceptions as some other guys, but he played pretty good football in a lot of different areas. I think the story kind of lies a bit on Devin Lloyd, doesn't tell the whole thing. His head was in a beehive. He was struggling. Like, he was benched. His playing time was limited. Like, that's the guy that they have on their list. So there's upside here for Devin Lloyd, and we all know it. But getting back to the linebacker group, I love the upside of Devin Lloyd. I think he is going to have a nice season. I think he's a good football player. I really do. I think Chad Moom is a great depth play for them, and I like the depth that they have. And then you know what Foye Oluwakun is. Like, there's no questions about what he is. He leads the league in tackles. He's a tackling machine. He's going to be everywhere. He's a pro's pro. So there's a lot to like about Foye Oluwakun, and Stuart Weber had a chance to catch up with the Jags linebacker this morning at camp.
Catching up with Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluwakun on the start of week 2 Jaguars training camp. You guys have a day off. How does the team respond getting back out on the field today?
Brought good energy. You know, God brought some clouds, so it was easier to keep that energy, but it was a good job getting back, you know, being cleaner, learning what we did week 1, coming back, applying it to week 2.
Biggest difference between week 1 and week 2 of training camp?
We're about to put pads on. Yeah, but it's day 1 every day.
Pads, tell me about that. You guys get those on Tuesday,
tomorrow,
and that's a different feel, right?
Yeah, you know, obviously there's going to be a little bit more juice just naturally, getting back to real football. But you got to know how to practice and stuff. You know, it's year 6 for me, so physicality's got to be there, effort's got to be there, assignments still got to be there, and just knowing how to practice with the team.
You mentioned year 6. That gives you a lot of insight and a lot of things you can pass on to guys like Devin and Chad. We see you working with them after practice. How important is that time kind of after that final whistle blows, but a chance for you to kind of go one-on-one with your teammates?
Yeah, just giving them all the tidbits that I feel like I know. You know, they don't have to use everything, but, you know, what works for them might be something that I knew from back in the day. So kind of go about how I go about things, just give them that knowledge. But it's just good for the camaraderie of the linebacker room in general, because we always got to be talking out there, play in, play out. So just being able to do it after practice too just keeps on that communication and the you know, the camaraderie between us.
For you, another off-season as a Jacksonville Jaguar, a chance to continue to pick up the playbook and what Coach Caldwell is trying to do with this defense.
Yep.
How comfortable are you right now being that leader on that side of the ball?
No, I definitely enjoy communicating with everybody, you know, D-line, the DBs and stuff. In terms of the playbook, it's a couple new calls and stuff in, but as a unit, we're attacking them all together, and we kind of know where everybody fits right now. So right now, it's definitely going a lot smoother than the first year, but we just definitely got ways to go.
You mentioned cloud cover today, but how are you feeling? How does the body feel? I know it can be a little bit of a grind the further we get into this thing, but one weekend, how does it feel?
Pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's just camp, so you know, after the first practice, you're never gonna feel 100% no more, but you know, I've worked pretty hard in the off season to stay healthy and you know, get in shape and stuff. So whatever comes, I'm ready for it. It's a grind. You know, I don't really like missing games, missing reps in practice, but sometimes the coaches got to hold me back a little bit. But it's all right.
It felt kind of like today was a win for the defense, if you will. You guys had some very eye-popping plays out there. Assess the performance of your side of the ball today.
We got turnovers, so that's always good. Look like pretty clean drops, look like pretty clean communication, but, you know, always making plays on the ball, you know, day in, day out. That's what we definitely put our hat on. So to see a couple turnovers go our way, good.
I'll leave you with this, some assessment on some of the young guys and just how they're picking it up. You have OTAs and minicamp and all that with them, but this is a little different animal, especially now that you're doing it in front of 2,000 fans in this new facility. Guys like Ventrell Miller, Daquan Jackson, how are those guys kind of doing with the actual spotlight of training camp?
They're pretty bright individuals. I don't really notice the fans that much, except like when somebody catches the ball on offense. So for defense, we're kind of in our own zone. All I care about is making sure we're making the right calls and get everybody on the right page. It seems like they're coming along very nicely with that. Actually, pads about to come on, so making sure they're keeping the same effort, burst to the ball, being physical in the fits and stuff. That'll be good to see.
As Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluwakun, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is Foye and Stuart Weber. And what's interesting about that last comment from Foye Oluwakun, Aaron, is he said, I don't really notice the fans except when somebody catches a pass on offense. And I'm wondering if somebody was somebody in particular or anybody on offense.
It might be anybody, because I've seen people lose it over some Zay and Kirk catches as well.
Yeah, they lose it a lot over Calvin Ridley. That's for sure. Listen, this guy, I believe, this was an interesting signing for the Jags a couple years ago, and a couple years later, you love the signing. He is the perfect person with this young linebacking room that does need some experience and needs some tutelage and everything else. He's fantastic. He does his job very well, and I think he can help lead the others. It is clear to me that in the first half of last year, he was too concerned about the other guys doing their job from a trust standpoint.
Might have been rightfully so also.
Do that. But, yeah, I mean, he just didn't trust these guys. And they're just young. And they've got more young guys in that room. But the bottom line is he can fly. He plays with an energy that's, I don't want to say unmatched, but unusual. The guys will tell you about his energy that on play 60 and 61 and 65, whatever it is, it's the same as it was back on 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's a tough thing to do from a conditioning standpoint. And obviously, he's a super intelligent guy. So, he's going to be all over the ball in terms of tackling. Can he get some splash plays? I think is the big question with Foye. And really, can he bring this room along with him so he trusts them to the point where they can just play fast? And that's going to be the fun part to watch this year is can these guys get up to speed, Muma and Lloyd, where Oluwakun can just worry about his own game. But if they do so, I think it's a strength of the team going in. I have confidence that it can be a strength of the team. Also, they came with a lot of experience last year. Lloyd and Muma might have had some mistakes, especially Lloyd, but he got a lot of experience doing it.
Yep.
And now you're back in it, and I have noticed Lloyd already at camp a couple different times disrupting things.
Oh,
I think that's
really?
a positive sign.
Nice.
Remember, we didn't see Lloyd in camp last year because he was hurt.
That's right.
And I do think that impacted him from just a knowing where to go kind of situation. I think the key – one other thing about this linebacking core, Mike Caldwell played linebacker in the NFL. He knows that position. He knows what he wants. He knows what's good. So I think these guys are handpicked in a sense by him to fill the roles that he wants them to fill.
Got a question in the chat from Gabe, a regular watcher and chatter with us on YouTube. Because considering our younger linebackers, do you think Jordan Smith is a player that could be flying under the radar? Gabe's hearing a lot of good things about him coming out of camp. Brent, do you think a guy like Jordan Smith makes a dent on the defense this year? Or do you think the real focus will be on the 2, 3, or 4 guys in the rotation?
Well, I think what's fun a little bit about the Jags is there are a bunch of guys that could make an impact on defense, but to sit here as we head into the month of August and say, I think they're going to, I have no idea. It'd just be a guess. It's like blind faith. Jordan Smith hasn't been healthy. He's been around for a while. He's obviously a super athletic guy, but we don't know what the injuries have done to him. And there's nothing that you can tell in the first few days of camp that would say, oh, my gosh, look out, right? Not yet. Abdullah, they drafted. A guy like Lacey. Like these guys you just don't know a lot about. But maybe there's one of them. What I think you hope for is one of those guys shows up and shows out. And I probably would even say Chason in this category too, because there's not much expected from him. So if one of those guys can elevate their game and surprise people and be a contributor and make more impact than anybody would even sign up for at the moment, I think that's how your defense goes from maybe pretty good to good. And there's other elements of that, too. There's Trayvon, there's Devin Lloyd, and I think those two are super important for this defense to get good.
Is this a do-or-die year for Chason, or does he have one more to go?
Yes, this is
okay.
it. Yeah, this is it. So this is his last chance, and Again, I always say this about Chason. They like him more inside that building than people on the outside the building, because inside they don't look at him as a 20th overall pick. Everybody on the outside looks at him like, you were supposed to be doing this for the last 3 years.
They're saying we got ripped off is what they're saying.
That's right. And by the way, they're not wrong. He's been an extreme bust for them from where they drafted him. But for this coaching staff, they just want to get some production out of him.
Yeah.
And if they do, they'll feel like they won, I think. So it's not hard for him to produce and also do better than he's done. He's done nothing. But I like the confidence that the coaching staff has in him to the point where he might do a little something this year. And he did flash at times. Mike Caldwell brought it up over the weekend. He said, we finally think he's going to play healthy, which maybe he's even had more injury things than we even knew about, because people kind of forgot about Chason over the years. It just he just became an unreliable part of it. So, again, take Jordan Smith, take Chason, take a guy like Abdullah who they drafted. I'm not sure you can get overly excited about any of them, but if one of them pops, I'm telling you, along with a Lloyd and a Walker taking a step, this defense becomes good. Quietly, I think this defense is going to be a lot better than people think. I
certainly hope so, because if the offense could be anything close to what it was in the second half of the season and the defense is improved, oh boy, it's a rocket ship.
Well, I do, and let me add that to the equation. I know we've said this before, and it's logical that the offense being good, which we fully anticipate, automatically makes your defense better, because now you're playing ahead.
Yep.
And the defense can go, play chase sometimes. And you run into turnovers and you run into sacks that way. And
you could also be more aggressive on the defense. If you know the offense is going to march down and at least get a field goal, if not better, you could be a little more aggressive on defense.
See, my take right there was from a you're ahead situation, but I think what you just bring up is good point. This is the way Kansas City and other teams play. When you know your offense is good, you're willing to take a risk, because you know what? If you give up a 65-yard touchdown, great. We got the ball back. We're going to go score anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're more willing to do that. All right, take us to X-Land.
Sure.
It's no longer Tweetland.
X's from around the league. Let's start out in San Francisco. Brett, we've talked a lot about all different kinds of players this offseason who are unhappy with their contracts or trying to renegotiate extensions. Lots of people feel differently about it. But one that's not really being talked about right now is Bosa out in San Francisco. Here's a guy who wants to renegotiate his rookie deal. He wants to work on this extension early. And they're taking their time out in San Francisco, so Bosa's not showing up to camp, and apparently it's causing a couple of waves right now. So I want to ask you a question about it. Here's the tweet from Pro Football Talk. 49ers GM John Lynch doesn't like not having Nick Bosa in camp. Bad form, Pro Football Talk. I believe it's a double negative. Doesn't like not having. But that's okay, Mike Florio. You're fine. You're good anyway. It shows that the holdout, Brent, is sort of working. I give Florio some points on this. It's like, you know what? It's kind of right. If it's bothering Lynch and it's bothering Shanahan and it's bothering the team, the front office in San Francisco, the holdout kind of works. At least in this case. What other tools do these players have, Brent? How are they supposed to force the team's hand?
Yeah. I think some of them work and some don't. But I think a guy like Bosa, it's twofold. It can work, and maybe it does work, and maybe it will work. I haven't got the temperature out there and read a lot on what how this thing's going to end up or how people feel like it's going to end up. But it's also a position where, you know what, you got 3 play calls and go rush the passer. You know what I mean?
He's got one job and he does it really well.
Yeah, make sure you're in shape, and guess what? See you on September 10th, and you can rush the passer.
Go get him.
It is that kind of – there are some positions in the sport that are a little more like that. That's okay to be late. Running back actually is a position that can be seen like that. Now, you got no pass protections and things like that, but you get my point. So you're not worried about chemistry and everything else, so being late to camp. I think I read something about Shanahan saying it wasn't a big deal, but then Lynch thinks it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to play this. Some probably are trying to play it right from a public relations standpoint, but the reality is, of course, they're bothered by it. I mean, they wish he was in camp.
Well, my question really is, outside of holding out of voluntary or games, what other tools do these guys have?
No, they don't. Just go perform better, and then hold out. Yeah. At this stage, that's all you got. The season's however much away. And then they don't want to miss games. And that will take us to an interesting comment when we come back from Jerry Jones. Like, we're hearing vocal ownership, playing this stuff out in the public.
Totally.
It happened in Indianapolis, and it's happening in Dallas a little bit. I'm not sure that's the smartest play, or is this a sign that ownership is like
fatiguing on the players' revolution?
Yeah, we don't care about what you guys say. We're paying you guys a ton of money, and we've given you more of the pie. And here's how we feel. Talk about it when we come back. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
A few showers and thunderstorms early, then partly cloudy, warm and humid overnight, down to the lower to mid-70s by morning. Partly sunny, a few afternoon thunderstorms again on Tuesday. Highs reaching the lower to mid-90s, low 90s Wednesday, an isolated afternoon storm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Garrett Biedenball.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjax.com.
Does your knee pain keep getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder? Maybe it's pain in your hip or back. Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Take my advice now and call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. 904-274-5522. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau. QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all natural, advanced regenerative medicine. They're helping people here every day with these amazing natural treatments that restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's like turning back the clock. Oh, that would be nice. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body to stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so they can work like they are supposed to. And there's zero downtime. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting medical breakthrough. Patients here are getting real, lasting relief and are saying no to surgery and no to drugs. If you have pain due to injury or arthritis, this is a remarkable option that you need to check out. The consultation is free. Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522, and Mandarin and Ponte Vedra, 904-274-5522.
Are you a real estate investor or have considered investing and want to know where you can put your money that offers solid returns and protects against market volatility? It's Rich Jones. I want to introduce you to DLP Capital, CEO and founder Don Wenner.
For more than a decade, DLP Capital has delighted our investors with consistent double-digit returns. Through the smart, conservative real estate investment strategy our company is built on, we have been able to achieve this with monthly distributions and tax shelters so our investors can keep more of their returns.
Dial ** invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Hi, this is Stan Nagel for Energy Seal Foam Insulation. Do you have a metal building that you're burning up in? Call us today and let us fix it. Call Energy Seal to have spray foam insulation applied to your metal building. 888-306-3626. EnergySealToday.com. 888-306-3626.
Blue Star medicated ointment works fast to relieve the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
It's amazing. It's like as soon as you put it on, you can feel it working. We've had Blue Star in the family for years. It works on everything.
I love the cooling sensation on my athlete's foot.
What a relief for my eczema.
Nothing worked on my dry, cracked skin until I tried Blue Star.
Blue Star is great for scalp itch.
Look for the white box with the Blue Star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I like a certain je ne sais quoi. While Jake is more into the Cape Cod style home.
It's a classic look.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Susan and Jake found a Cape Cod style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and cordon bleu.
You'll get better with time. Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Can we make 10,000 thread count sheets?
For Lens Linens, staying in the comfort zone is never an option.
Maximum thread count we could possibly thread.
An industrial seamstress would make their sweet dreams come true.
I want it to feel like you're on a snowflake, on cotton candy, on marshmallows, on a cloud.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with the ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Hey, welcome back. Football at 5 here on a Monday. We begin week 2 of training camp for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Another one in the books. They'll practice again tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then take off Friday. And then inside the stadium Saturday, and a week from Saturday at Dallas for the first preseason game. We'll be there, of course, in the Big D. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Casey Kurtz rejoins us tomorrow. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton coming up next. It's really just with Middleton here on this
birthday boy
Monday. That's right. Call in and wish him happy birthday. Did you say we can text in now?
You can. If people want to text instead of chatting YouTube, maybe they don't watch on YouTube. Maybe you're sitting at your desk or something or going about your day. 904-362-9901 is the phone number to call us, but it's also the number to send us a text message. So
how about that?
You can send me a text message. I'll get it right here in the inbox. I'll make sure to keep this page open going forward just in case anyone has something extremely important to send me. It's 904-362-9901. No truth to the rumor that I'll be answering every text with a GIF.
Was this available for a while and I just didn't know?
Depends what you consider a while, but no. This is a new feature that we've started using here in the building.
Oh, okay. Good deal.
Yeah.
Well, we also have tweets that have gone to X.
X's.
So Tweetland has turned into Xland.
Yes.
And take us to Jerry Jones land. He owns a lot of it.
All right, let me get this Jerry Jones statement because I was telling you about this before the show started, and I thought it was wild. I think this is the one. It's hard to see
vocal,
from here.
And what's going to bring up is conversation about like Jim Irsay this week and Jerry Jones and Jones has been vocal for a long, long time, decades and decades. And the most recent one that rings a bell. Again, we're not there. This might be different for other people that are covering Dallas day in, day out. But Ezekiel Elliott, and how public that was when they were going through the contract negotiation. And he later was like, I love Zeke. Like he said it all along, but then he paid Zeke. And it turned out to be a big mistake that he paid Zeke. Now, this is a different story. Zach Martin's one of the best offensive linemen in the National Football League. He's holding out. He wants to be paid. But what did he say in the last few days that raised some eyebrows?
So John Machado reporting on X, he X'd out that Jerry Jones on what needs to happen for Zach Martin's situation to get resolved. Here's Jerry's comments. Nothing. He'll come to camp when he comes to camp. There's no resolution. There are a lot of consequences if he doesn't. He's been at the top of the money all the way through. Drafted high, got a lot of money over the years. It's just hard to get it all. The bottom line is nothing needs to happen. End quote from Jerry.
Yeah, it's now I've read some things on there, and I don't know their exact cap situation, but there's some things you read that say they need to spend a certain amount of money to get under the threshold of the spending.
Well, the
Get
rumor
up to the threshold, and the big story here is obviously Parsons is going to, take he's going to earn
big
a lot
chunk.
of money.
Oh yeah,
But-
like a second to whatever you pay the quarterback, you're going to pay a guy like Micah Parsons.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a lot, but
And then you got a star cornerback back there on a rookie contract you're going to have to pay here in a
no, they
year
just
or
did
two.
pay him.
Oh, okay, they just extended him.
Yeah, they just paid Diggs, so it's like $97 million or something.
Mm.
So
And
they
don't
paid
forget
him.
CeeDee Lamb. Have they extended him yet?
No, that will be one.
That'll be a
I
big
don't
one.
think they've paid CD.
That'll be a $20+ million contract.
That's why the Cowboys are interesting. They have a ton of studs.
Yeah.
Like they have stud players. And they have good players. They're a good football team.
But, like, what happens now, Brent, in the modern NFL? Can you just not load up on studs? Now you got to find guys in the middle tier who play above their head. For instance, a guy like Christian Kirk and Zay Jones, when they were brought here, the whole entire country was like, what? These guys are mediocre. And the Jaguars knew. Unfortunately, they brought Kirk here on a wide receiver 1 contract at the time. But the contract he had previously in Arizona was probably more along the lines of what people expected him to get paid. But like Zay Jones money for what he did, you got to find these diamonds in the rough.
I'll give you a better example. They've got Calvin Ridley on an $11 million contract.
For a year, but yeah. That's the point. Like, can you now win if you got too many studs? I don't think you can. It's too much pressure to get it all under the cap.
Well, that's why you got to draft well, right? And that depends on your quarterback situation. So there's a lot. Not everybody's going to get paid. This will be interesting. I feel like they're going to want to keep Zach Martin around, right? They're going to eventually cave here to some degree. I don't know what it turns into, but I bet Zach Martin wins this one in some way, shape, or form. It might be a small win.
I don't know, man.
But
Zach Martin is the top. He's at the top of the league with guards, but he's also 32 years old. He's not getting a 4-year deal.
Nah, probably not. But I would say, like, would Jones have gone public like this with these kind of comments if he didn't think they would get it done? Again, it reminds me of the Zeke stuff. The Zeke deal looked like it wasn't going to happen because Jones was like, listen, I love him, but we're not paying him that. Like, that's the way it was portrayed in the media, like in the words said. And then they got the deal done. Did he just cave? Or was he going to get the deal done all along and was kind of just playing a game? Kind of feels a little bit like that in the Zach Martin situation. But you said it. I mean, age comes into play. How much? We'll see. It's just interesting to hear my takeaway from all this is the owners are much more vocal. And we said it before the break. Are they putting their foot in the sand a little bit, or is this just posturing, gamesmanship, whatever else? The Irsay thing obviously got him in trouble this week and started a big-time fire in Indianapolis. Where else are you taking us?
All right, let's go to Ian Rappaport. As long as we're talking about the Colts, Brent, let's spread some more Colts cheer here on Brent and Friends as they are going through some mayhem and spiraling out of control right now. Ian Rappaport from Inside Training Camp, Colts running back Zach Moss broke his forearm, puts an even bigger spotlight on the running back room. Word is he'll be out 6 to 8 weeks, Brent, but with a broken forearm, you got to wonder when he comes back, is he going to be wearing the club? Will he be hesitant? Is he even going to be able to play the position, getting banged up every play as a running back? Zach Moss was RB2 behind Jonathan Taylor. Behind him, you've got a second-year kid, I think a third-round draft pick from last year. He's got 81 career snaps. And then you got a rookie behind him. So not much going on in that running back room. If Jim Irsay wants to say, hey, the position is plug and play, he's going to have an opportunity to show that this year. What are you thinking goes down there?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. I don't think the Moss thing. I think you can make it into something, but I don't think it does impact this.
No pressure on the boys, huh?
I don't think it impacts the situation. Although, again, I understand why you could say it would, but that's like saying to me bringing James Robinson in impacted Saquon Barkley's, like changing his mind.
I will say this. The Colts are fortunate that they're dealing with the Taylor mess in a year where they're supposed to be awful. Because
we're not like contenders.
Yeah, if this was
they're supposed to be awful.
Well, no one's supposed to be awful, but the reality is this team is not going to be good, especially with Jonathan Taylor not playing or, unhappy, I believe. A rookie quarterback, rookie head coach. You've already lost some of the all-pros that were on this roster 2 seasons ago.
They don't have a litany of receiving options.
Yeah, and then you're worried if the offensive line is what it once was. So, a lot of question marks on this team. The last thing you need is to lose your biggest offensive weapon. But if this team was a team that was supposed to compete for the AFC South, if not a high playoff spot, and they were going through this, I really think it'd be a different situation.
Yeah, probably. Maybe Taylor would have more power there.
I believe that.
Because here's the thing. If you're Indianapolis, let's just think about the Jonathan Taylor situation from this standpoint. If you don't want to pay him because nobody wants to pay running backs because we've seen the Ezekiel Elliott type of experiment and it fail, and I do think that's kind of a trendsetter for what we now have, that we don't want to do that. We don't want to get in that situation. If they don't want to, then you know what? Maybe make this a miserable situation, to your point, in a year where they probably weren't going to contend anyway. Gives you the goodbye door easily, and you move on and you go in a different direction. You start loading up on pass catchers.
Because that's the other thing. If you're a Colts fan, chances are you love Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
He's 24 years old. You're sitting there looking at the team like, what are you doing?
It is crazy that he's that young. And like, why wouldn't you pay that guy? But
he's been hurt twice now.
Ezekiel Elliott. How old was Ezekiel Elliott when he got the deal? 25?
Yeah, it's probably around there.
So I think here's the deal. It goes back to, it doesn't matter if Jonathan Taylor, well, it does if you're in Indianapolis, but Jonathan Taylor's going to play somewhere else if he doesn't play in Indianapolis. The bigger picture problem this situation presents for Indianapolis is how are you cultivating a good situation around your rookie quarterback? And I guess your coach, to your point you brought up earlier in the show, Steichen trying to get off to a good start, but there'll be a honeymoon. There'll be a honeymoon for Anthony Richardson, but that's not the point. If you have a bad year, you don't surround him with talent, you put him in a bad spot, then you might be ruining the kid. And that's what you got to be careful of, because you can definitely ruin players early in their career. What this could lend to is more play for Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
Because he can handle the situation better than Anthony Richardson would.
But he's not set for success either.
Yeah, no, he's not, but he's kind of used to that, right? I mean, here in Jacksonville, he wasn't
That's a
set
good point.
for success.
This poor guy can't catch a break.
But again, it's an opportunity to play, and you don't pass those up if you're in Gardner Minshew's shoes.
Sure.
And he would probably much rather play 8 games without Jonathan Taylor than have Anthony Richardson play in those 8 games. So that's the dominoes here are going to be pretty interesting to watch around the Jonathan Taylor situation. But doesn't it feel like sooner or later, Irsay, he's such a loose cannon that sooner or later something was going to blow up on him.
By the way, Zeke was 24 or 25 when he signed his extension. Same age as JT.
Was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot more mileage though.
Well, yeah, but not the injury history at the time.
No, that's the point, is that Zeke had a lot more mileage and injury history, or he wasn't as injured as he's been.
Yeah.
But even
Jonathan
when he
Taylor had the injury history.
Well, Jonathan Taylor had the ankle from last year, and then did he have something before that?
No, but he's got a little injury history, and by the way, he ran the ball a ton in college.
Yeah.
So, yeah, isn't it crazy to think about? This is a quarterback-driven league, and we all know it. But the central topic around the National Football League right now is all about running backs.
It just goes to show you how unfair this situation is. Everybody's talking about it. Everyone agrees. Like maybe they don't agree that they should get paid, but they agree that this is kind of wacky.
Yeah. My biggest surprise is that you're kind of like feel bad for the running backs.
Why is that a surprise?
Because you don't seem to feel bad for anybody.
That's not true at all. As a matter of fact, anytime I can side against a corporation, I'm going to do it.
Plus, you like toxicity in the workplace, so you should really welcome this.
That's right. I'm into it. Early in the show, Delphonic's like, now we need Casey to hold out at camp and ask for an extension. Brother, you're about 1.5 years late. Casey had his hold out. The whole building looked at him and was like, yeah, okay.
How much longer will the running back talk be the central part of like this NFL season?
I mean, as long as you have guys who are at the top of the line, Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, or even Christian McCaffrey, whose deal's got to be up at some point here soon. Like, as long as those guys are going into free agency or getting tagged and they're not going to make more than $7-8 million a year, I think the talk is going to continue.
Yeah, I kind of got a feeling it's going to fade. And see, that's the problem with it for the backs. Like, I think they want it to stay in everybody's psyche. But this conversation, sooner or later, is either going to get resolved or figure itself out and fade away. I mean, Saquon Barkley helped us move it along. If Saquon Barkley was still out there and he was holding out, at the same time Jonathan Taylor just had this come up, man, that would amplify it 20 times, in my opinion.
I still think it's being amplified. But you're probably right. If they're both out there, yeah.
One of the reasons it's being amplified is
and
because
Dalvin
we
Cook.
have football practices a few days in without pads on and everything else,
Yep.
Once we get to games and once we get to the regular season, like, I just don't think this is a story. It's like, who's playing, who's on my fantasy football team, who's being productive, who's winning, quarterbacks, offenses. The rest of the storylines fall into place. But it has been pretty amazing to me just how central this topic has been in the National Football League up until this point. Got another X land?
Sure.
What do we even call them?
They're X's. It's so dumb. It's the worst, Brent. It's you can't even call them X's because no one knows what you're talking about. Even if X becomes synonymous with a tweet, it's like, are you talking about your ex-wife? Are you talking about play calling X's and O's? Are you talking about this post to the social media platform? Like, just choose something else.
I'm just not going to stop calling it Twitter.
You shouldn't.
Give me a tweet.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, we're talking about Jonathan Taylor a lot and the running back situation. Well, one of these guys still out there who is at the top of the list is a Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook just spent the other day in New Jersey with the Jets attending practice, Brent. He attended practice as a free agent, unsigned. Wild.
I didn't know you could do that.
I don't think you can. I think the Jets are about breaking the rules, buddy.
You can definitely do it. I don't think they'd break the rules that adamantly.
Fair enough. A lot of people were reporting earlier in that day, Brent, that the Jets had the numbers all worked out with Dalvin. They've already kind of agreed to it. They're giving him the physical. When he gets to Jersey, they're going to walk him around and show him off to everybody. And no one should be surprised if he walks out of there signed to a deal. And then it didn't happen. And then you started to hear a wave of reporting. Is he trying to work the Jets for a bigger Miami deal? Apparently, he's born and raised out of there. Dreamed to play for the Dolphins. His brother already plays for the Bills in the AFC East. And we saw this show last year with, or 2 years, was it 2 years ago? It was. 2 years ago or 2 off seasons ago with Tyreek Hill, who worked the Jets to get the number up to get the Dolphins offer in.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
But this feels different, Brent, because Tyreek Hill, while he did that and negotiated in bad faith with the boys, he wasn't flirting with the fan base. Dalvin Cook has been flirting very heavily with the fan base. This feels like a little bit more of a betrayal than what Tyreek Hill was doing.
Yeah, that's an interesting call on how calculated it could be to what? Beef up the rivalry?
No, to get the offer, yes, to get the offer up.
I understand that part, but like the Jets could afford whatever they wanted.
Well, they
to
got
right
cash
now,
now,
right?
yeah.
I mean, Rodgers just freed up $35 million, so I'm still stunned that he was there. Like, I don't remember that. I'm sure this has happened more spots than I remember, but free agents just watching practice that they might sign with the team. Like, you figure it was almost a done deal if he was there.
That's what everyone
because
was reporting.
Not only that, he's watching you.
He's seeing the plays.
He's seeing the plays.
He's going to go to the Dolphins and be like, I have a photographic memory. Here's what the boys are doing.
I thought that was fascinating, but I don't know, man. I feel like if he's there, so you're handicapping this, and you're a Jets fan, so you think he's going to turn him out and go to Miami.
Yes, but you also know that I'm the kind of Jets fan that expects punishment first.
I
yes.
think he's signing with the Jets.
It'd be great if he does, man.
Here's the deal. Who would you rather sign with, the Dolphins or the Jets right now?
The Jets, buddy.
I would, too. I'd rather play with Aaron
Jets
Rodgers.
are built to win today. Come on.
I think. And Breece Hall coming off the ACL, everything. So, yeah, I think he ends up signing with the Jets. It would be crazy, though, if he doesn't and he was at their practice. I just think that's fun.
The only win there for a Jets fan is if the Miami Dolphins ends up paying $10 million or more for Cook, which seems unlikely. Then you know the Jets drove up the price, and I can feel good about that.
And by the way, that's part of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the business end of it. But this feels very much like college recruiting at the moment, where the guy shows up for a visit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just happened to be playing in season.
Got to see the culture, fellas.
Brent Friends on ESPN 690. We put a bow on the show coming up next.
Two roads diverged into a steamy, hot northeast Florida summer. One road led to a home AC system that's unreliable and inefficient. It was fated to fail swiftly. The other road led to a home that's efficiently and dependably cool. Its AC was a mechanical marvel, destined to be a lasting refuge against summer's scorching siege.
Time to take the road most traveled by your neighbors for over 60 years. Hammond Air Conditioning. Hammond is North Florida's most trusted authority for air conditioning services. And with Hammond, your home is never a learning opportunity for inexperienced techs. Hammond's veteran specialists understand how to make a system operate perfectly in our Northeast Florida heat. And they know how to extract all the potential from a modern high-efficiency system. That means they'll design a system perfect for you, one that fits to the temperature you want and will save you money on your electric bills. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency system for as low as $70 per month, and that's with a 10-year warranty. Go to HammondAir.com.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning. From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE, the medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pain or surgery. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers the most advanced treatments to eliminate ED and PE. 98% of men experience instant results on their first office visit. They're even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Don't just take our word for it. Call Prime Men's Medical Center now for our limited time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-206-7930. 904-206-7930. That's 904-206-7930.
The Parkinson's Support Group of Orange Park will be welcoming Greg Richer to its monthly support group meeting on August 12th at 10 a.m. at Sacred Heart Catholic Church in Fleming Island. Greg is the executive director of Jack's Hope, a local organization that supports Parkinson's support groups in southern Georgia and northern Florida. Greg was diagnosed with Parkinson's 14 years ago. He'll share his journey with the disease and share his experience with deep brain stimulation, which he recently had done. Please contact Greg Hummer at 803-313-0966 for more info.
Tonight, I've got a bonfire at the lake with friends. First, I need a spritz of my off-clean feel. My summer style is all about fun and not about... I don't need mosquito bite red clashing with this crochet top. It's purple, it's bright. I could definitely pair it with my amethyst eyeshadow palette. The best part is, ugly mosquitoes won't be messing with my fiery vibes. With off-clean feel, I've got 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your pre-party protection on with off-clean feel. SC Johnson, a family company.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
Hey, time to put a bow on the show here on a Monday. Brent Friends on ESPN 690. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter. Once again, happy birthday to all our buddies. Olivia Tassley, Brian Middleton, who's coming up with overtime with just Middleton. And to Amanda Kurtz, who has to put up with Casey on a daily basis, including on vacation for the last few days.
I miss Casey, if I'm being honest.
Of course you do.
I sent him a couple of funny videos over the weekend. I got a little toxicity out of him. It was nice.
The tickle in his belly there.
We have fun.
Well, happy birthday to all of those fine folks. So that's good. Hey, you know what? I'm up here in Ohio, and I did 2 things that I haven't done in a while.
What'd you do?
I drove 2 different vehicles. They're not even like that. Well, one of the vehicles is a little older, like probably. Oh shoot, maybe it is older. Like it's probably good bit older, like 15 years old.
All right, it's not that old. It's still in the 2000s.
So I have no like backup camera or anything else.
Oh, living like a peasant, are you?
No, but and honestly, I'm not locked into the backup camera even in my car. I guess now they all seem to have them, right?
Yeah, even the low base models. Yeah,
I'm not really locked into it. No, I mean I use it a little bit, but
like you say locked into it, like
I'm not. I don't trust it.
Hey, you always ask, hey guys, are you locked into this soccer coverage? Hey guys, are you locked into the NBA? You're locked into the backup cam, like it's playoff season.
I see some people they use that only. They don't use their other side mirrors.
That's kind of me. I use side mirrors, but when I'm backing up from a parking space, I use a combination of the backup cam and then the sensors on the car to tell me someone's coming.
Yeah, so you trust it. See, I don't fully trust it, man. I couldn't do one of those self-driving cars right now. I wouldn't fully trust it. I'd be I need to be in control of this thing.
Put me in a self-driving car immediately. Immediately.
Yeah, I probably could learn to do it, but I just, again, I use the backup more often than not. But the other one that happened is my father-in-law's car, again, not that old, but I actually had to put a key in the ignition.
That is what I haven't thought of. I haven't thought of that in a bit.
You know, they all have the fob key.
A little
things,
button,
right?
the start button.
So, I mean, even the kids, we bought them a new vehicle from Nimnik Buick GMC in December. They got the fob key, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, everything's got the fob key to it. So I was like, what's this do? Why isn't this car turning on? You have to actually turn it. Put the key in the ignition. So,
that's funny.
There you go. A little throwback. It's not that long ago.
Now, you said you're off vacationing.
In a hurry.
I know you're a big fan of sunsets. You sent me a nice one. I would love to show.
Man, that was a good one.
I would love to show the crowd. I'll put it up on the stream, but it's an impressive picture now.
Good Battle of the Sunsets.
Did you put this
on?
A
lot of times people will say, "Oh, you filtered that."
It does look like a filter.
I did not filter this at all.
It's gorgeous because you have this high contrast between the green, lush green grass in the foreground, right? The water right in the center. Above it, a beautiful setting orange sun with a little lens flare happening because of whatever angle you were at.
Lens flare is good. Good description.
And then you got the deep blue clouds. Almost looks like rain clouds, actually, above the sunset. Such vivid colors. The sky behind the sun is kind of orange yellow. It is a beautiful sunset picture. I really love it.
Keep this up for a minute so we can dissect this a little bit more.
Appreciate
but we do
your
Battle
work.
of the Sunsets on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
Hashtag Battle of the Sunsets here on X and on Twitter.
Nice.
But see, you're missing a key point of this.
What is it?
Well, you didn't know this part, but that cloud was over, and then all of a sudden the sun popped out of the cloud for literally 3 minutes and then went back down. Actually started raining shortly after this.
You could convince yourself there's a whole lot of symbolism happening with this.
I know it. Oh, boy, you could really tell a story here. But here's the part that I like. Look at the house on the left side. It's got the reflection of the sun in the windows.
Oh, yeah. Look at this, Brent. You could sell this to National Geographic or something.
At its best.
Yes,
this could be a poster. We could sell this sucker.
Yes. Let's make money, Brent.
Let's do it. Maybe we'll put a little Brent Friends stamp on it.
Oh, a little logo action.
And maybe we could make it one of 1,000 or something.
No, one of one. One of one, Brent. That's the thing. One of one.
We'll bring this to the card shop, see what we can get out of this. All right, send your hashtag Battle of the Sunsets in. We've had some really good ones here at the end of the July.
Love me a good sunset
Jacksonville
pick.
all the way to Buckeye Lake in Columbus, Ohio.
Nice.
Columbus area. Back at it in Jacksonville tomorrow, though, unless we have plane troubles. Which apparently people have had a lot of.
You just spoke it into existence, man. What are you doing?
Get ready to do the show by yourself.
Forever.
Hope you have a good day, everybody. Happy birthday to Brian Middleton. He's got Overtime with Brian Middleton up next. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We'll do it again tomorrow, 3 o'clock. And don't forget, 1st and 10 training camp tonight, CBS 47 and Fox 30, 11:15 for all your Jags coverage. Have a good night.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville. As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Shop the beach's green market this and every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Penman Park on Penman Road for fresh local fruits and vegetables, plants, meats, eggs, baked goods, honey, wellness products, and so much more. EBT cards welcome. Diglocal.org for more info.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Kinetico softener and drinking water system. Kinetico's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Life always has its challenges, but if you feel hopeless or suicidal, you don't have to face it alone. I'm Dr. Christine Caulfield, CEO of LSF Health Systems, and our free Link to Life program can help. We'll connect you with a care coordinator who will work with you to build better tomorrows. Please take suicide off the table. For more information, visit lsfhealthsystems.org or call 988 if you are in crisis.
Have you seen your financial freedom wiped out by stock market volatility? It's Rich Jones. Consider investing in real estate funds from DLP Capital. Don Wenner is CEO and founder.
DLP Capital has provided our investors with consistent double-digit returns by investing in cash-flowing residential real estate. For more than a decade, we have had zero losses, little volatility, and have shot above our return targets in all of our investment funds. Plus, we offer monthly distributions and tax shelter opportunities.
To get your investor's guide and learn more, dial **invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Colts running back Zach Moss suffered a broken arm in today's training camp practice. He is second on the team's depth chart behind Jonathan Taylor. The Colts contemplating putting Taylor on the non-football injury list due to back pain deemed to be from an injury not sustained while playing for the team. But Taylor said on social media he never had back pain, never reported any back pain. Taylor wants out of Indy, but don't expect owner Jim Irsay to grant that trade request, believes ESPN's Marcus Spears.
Now they won't, because he'll flex his muscle as an owner, and he'll let Jonathan Taylor know, I control where you go and what you do in the future, which is what the league has been, but it's damn sure unfair.
Broncos receiver KJ Hamler diagnosed with a mild heart irritation. Team waived him with a non-football illness designation to let him undergo treatment and potentially bring him back later if he's cleared. That news coming after Denver receiver Tim Patrick's believed to have suffered a season-ending torn Achilles at practice. Shohei Ohtani's show rolls on tonight when he and the Angels visit the MLB leading Braves, 7:15 Eastern, ESPN+.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I help people solve difficult and trying personal problems every day on my TV show, but there's one problem that's just got me stumped: childhood hunger. Nearly 16 million children in America struggle with it. That's 1 in 5 kids who may not know where their next meal is coming from, despite the fact that there's more than enough healthy, nutritious food out there to feed them all. Now, I don't know about you, but that is unacceptable to me. Luckily, the Feeding America network of good people is out there collecting surplus food and giving hope to hungry children and their families at local food banks all across the country. But let's face it, they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council. Together, we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and, even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me.
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Tonight, I've got a bonfire at the lake with friends. First, I need a spritz of my off-clean feel. My summer style is all about fun and not about... I don't need mosquito bite red clashing with this crochet top. It's purple, it's bright. I could definitely pair it with my amethyst eyeshadow palette. The best part is, ugly mosquitoes won't be messing with my fiery vibes. With off-clean feel, I've got 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your pre-party protection on with off-clean feel. SC Johnson, a family company.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
It's a Monday. It's a rainy Monday. Stormy Monday. People playing bumper cars. I know this because my first job before I come in here is to talk about traffic. And boy, I tell you what, I'm worn out. And I wasn't even on the roads. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690. Brian Middleton here. And say it with me. Whenever I start the show off, we know that Casey is on vacation again. He's still on vacation. I think we pinpointed where he was at within the Continental 48, but I won't put his business out there. He's vacating for a good reason. He deserves it, by the way. He and the fam, they deserve it. But Casey, the people want you back at this point in time. You know? And if you were listening to Brent Friends from 3 to 6 p.m., you know that Casey wasn't here. And if you only listen to Overtime and not Brent Friends, number one, you're a small minority in the broad scope of things. But we appreciate you either way. But that's just a little heads up. Casey will be back tomorrow, and we'll be back at full strength on Overtime and on Brent Friends. So there's that. No Jumbo Shrimp baseball today, by the way. We have a full show today. Have a great show today. We're going to delve back into our wheelhouse, what we've been talking about since last Tuesday, last Monday, maybe even the week prior. The Jacksonville Jaguars. The excitement around the team, the excitement around training camp, seeing the guys come back in slow motion on the Jags social media account, man, and watching Trevor and the golden locks flow as he tosses the ball to Calvin Ridley and Christian Kirk, and just thinking about all of the things that the Jacksonville Jaguars can be, what we're hoping they can be. And we got a really good show for you today. Press Taylor, offensive coordinator, spoke with the media again. And also Christian Kirk spoke with the media again. We have some sound from both of those gentlemen. I'm going to react to it. And I'm also going to have our NBA contributor, Marcus Wilson. He'll be joining the show really soon. To help react to what Press and Christian Kirk said today when they talked with the media. Before we get into that, though, I do want to say this, man. The thing that I think really fosters the excitement with the Jacksonville Jaguars is, you've heard the list before, but here we go. The quarterback that you have, the way that the second half of last season happened for you, the way that Chargers wild card game went your way. And to think that on top of all of that, you got a competent coach, not just a competent coach, a Super Bowl winning coach, and you have an owner at the top who you don't have to have doubts about on whether or not he actually wants to try to win here in Jacksonville. Those things foster a lot of excitement. On top of the fact that Calvin Ridley has joined the fold On top of the fact that it's another season in this system. But you know something that gets overlooked, and you know I'm guilty of it as well. Something else that gets overlooked here, in my opinion, is the guys at running back. Now, listen, I understand the running back position. It's been in a lot of people's mouths across the sports talk radio, television, sports in general, because it seems to be falling off of a cliff. It seems to be becoming MySpace or Yahoo. You remember, some of y'all don't remember, but I remember MySpace when it was the thing to be on. Okay, you had your top 9, your top 12. It was one of those tops, maybe top 20. I can't exactly remember the number. It's been that long. But I remember when MySpace was it. It was it. What, Facebook? What is that? Facebook. And I remember Yahoo being the email of choice. Isn't that something? Show my age right there, because Yahoo was the thing, and then next thing you know, Yahoo seems so irrelevant across all platforms. And that's the same thing that seems to be happening with the running back position. But when it comes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and when it comes to their ability to put skill position people on the field, I mean, the guys at wide receiver and the quarterback are going to get a lot of love, and rightfully so. But you start looking at our running back room. I mean, with ETN, with a guy named Tank, with a guy named Snoop, Dearness Johnson, underrated. Jermichael Hasty, one of the fastest guys on the team. At least that's what it looked like when he was making his that touchdown run early on in last season. And I got to be real with you, man. The running back room for the Jacksonville Jaguars, from top to bottom, I don't know. Do you keep all those guys? I don't know what that looks like with cuts moving forward and things of that nature. But I got to tell you, man, it's another type of pick your poison. The new nickname that I gave the Jacksonville Jaguars after the Evan Ingram interview, where he was talking about picking your poison because of all the skill positions that they have and everybody that they have coming back and all the good things that the Jags seem to really, be having going into this season. Well, the same goes for the running back. And on top of the fact that I love Travis Etienne, I think he's a unbelievably dynamic player. I think, that might be a little bit of the bias in me, but we saw things last season, of course, that would make you say, oh boy, okay, that's the Clemson Travis Etienne right there. Did you see how he just hit the hole different? It's just different. Another running back can't get to that hole before it closes or can't make that lateral movement. But we also had to hold our breath a couple of times with Etienne. Granted, he got injured his rookie season. Last season was basically his rookie season. And there were a couple of times where, he didn't come back onto the field last season and you're just like, oh no, is this it? But all in all, even if you don't have a Travis Etienne at 100%, I look at what potentially that roster will be or the depth chart will be. It's going to be a handful. And again, running back, surprisingly, is not a sexy position. Apparently, it's becoming less of a sexy position. But for what we have, and then when you start adding that running back room in with what we have at quarterback and wide receiver, I got to tell you, it's going to be a bit dangerous out here. So joining me for today's show is Marcus Wilson. You know him. He's usually on when we're talking NBA or when he's losing in trivia. But again, a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. I will say that honestly. Also a Golden State fan. How you couple that one? Golden State and Jacksonville. He's a front runner, but that's a good thing for Jacksonville Jaguars. That means that he gets with teams as they're winning and they only continue to win. So for that, Marcus, we appreciate you, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Thank you for, I guess, that humble introduction.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Listen, I agree with you. To be honest with you, we might have the most slept on running back class or running back room in the NFL. And because of everything that you just so eloquently stated, I think that Tank, I think Jermichael, I think Travis, Dearness, all of them. I think they can really do something, and it's going to be something serious. It's really going to be something serious.
Yeah, man, for sure. And that really just leads me into, honestly, we'll save the Christian Kirk for on the back half of the break. Let's get into Press Taylor, who, again, spoke with the media again this week ahead of week 2 of training camp. And one of the guys that he was talking about, he spoke about Snoop Connor. He touched on some other guys as well. But, I think what people are really anticipating on hearing about is the Jags' number 1 or first-round pick at number 24, Anton Harrison. This is what he had to say about the rookie. Let's take a listen.
Expected of him as he gets better every single day. You want to continue to push him, continue to see that growth. Just keep coming. We don't expect him to be where he is. We don't expect today where he's going to be week 1. We want to see a lot of growth from that time. And so far we've seen that day to day with him.
And I think the beginning got cut off just a bit there, Marcus, but he basically, was saying, hey, listen, he is showing us what we thought. He is who we thought he was, even though he's not where we think he's going to be. And I think that's all you can really expect. Something else that he touched on, and I believe it'll be in another one of these clips, but he touched on the fact that out of all of the positions on the field, lineman is the one where you really, you can do shirts and shorts, you can work on technique, but it's when the pads are out there and you start to get a bit more physical, that's when you're really going to see who you have and what you need to have. What are your thoughts on that?
So, listening to that clip, honestly, I understand. I hear the words that are coming out of his mouth.
Here we go.
But for some reason, his confidence doesn't sound confident to me. Like, I like Press Taylor. Don't get me wrong. I like Press Taylor. Hey, he has a brother who is out there winning, so they have a coaching pedigree in their family. So I believe what he's telling me. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I like to hear more confidence from a coach that's speaking about our first-round draft pick.
Wow. So, like what? Like, you think that he potentially is just giving the media a certain line in order not to cause some issue or something like that? Because it sounded pretty straight up to me. You got a rookie and, quarterback is probably the toughest position. Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, not to interrupt you. Let me tell you about Jaguar fans' PTSD. Jack Del Rio, you had the first ice cream man. You had him, and just do your job. For some reason, his name escapes me, but he went on to be defensive coordinator at the Chargers. Those two coaches there, just gave us line after line after line after line. And so you kind of understand the coach speak at this point when they're like not giving you everything, like they're kind of putting 100 on 10. So I'm just listening harder than I'm probably supposed to be to Press Taylor. It's just that I don't hear that supreme confidence like, hey, he's our number 1 draft pick. Hey, he's going to be, knocking him down. He's a road grader, whatever he's supposed to do. I don't hear that confidence yet. And it may be coming, but I don't hear it yet.
If I'm Jack Del Rio, I'm upset that you put me in the same room as Gus Bradley, because I ain't Gus. I ain't Mr. Compete. Like that's not what I did. Granted, my record overall in Jacksonville may not be the most star driven or A+ record, but I was here for years and we made the playoffs. Now, Gus Bradley's tenure it wasn't Urban Meyer, but it was a struggle. I get it with the PTSD. I just think overall, man, we ask for people to be straight up with us to a certain degree. And this is about as straight as you can be. I guess, Marcus, to kind of lean on to what you're saying, if he was just knocking it out of the park and pancaking dudes left and right, even in shirts and shorts, and then, you're just like, oh man, we got an angry beast right here. I think that he's 21. He's not even fully grown into his body yet, let alone, they have him in a position where he'll be playing out of position. We think, right? We're speculating that he might be out of position for those 4 games initially when Cam Robinson's in, if they have Walker Little somewhere, but we'll touch on Walker Little in a moment as well. And so it's a lot of new stuff. And this is the same issue that I had, not with you, but with people who might have that Jags PTSD type deal, but they got to understand. Think back to when you were 21. You probably were young and stupid. And I don't mean that in like, you get F minuses, but you do dumb things, and it takes you a little bit longer to really get acclimated to something so new. Imagine yourself at 21, 22, 23, and you're thrown into a billion-dollar company with an asset at QB that is worth basically $1 billion to what he means to the franchise. And they're like, hey, kid, we think you're good enough, and here you go. You got a grown man body, we think, even though you got to grow more, but now you got to go against other grown men who've been seasoned into this league, get it together. It's going to take a minute. It's going to take more than 1 week of shirts and shorts.
You're right. You're right.
Oh, look at that. Well, pull that. I'll use it as a hotkey whenever you're on. Whenever you start getting crazy, I'll be like, nah, this is what you say, Marcus. I'm right. Anyway, speaking of Walker Little in the offensive line, Press Taylor was talking about Walker Little, and I know that this is going to give Casey some anger and some frustration on getting reps at the left guard position. Let's take a listen real quick.
Yeah, he's done a good job in there. And again, it's different. You go from playing left tackle to left guard, sometimes play to play, sometimes series to series, period to period, whatever it is. And it's a different world. There's a lot more bodies nearby. There's not as much space around. You're being asked to do different things. And that's something that's always been impressive with Walker, is his ability to handle a lot of different things mentally.
Now, Marcus, before you jump on, I'm trying to figure this out. I understand the benefit of versatility. I understand the benefit of playing multiple positions, right? Because injuries happen in the NFL, and having a contingency plan when you're talking about offensive line is vital to any team's success, especially a team trying to make a deep run into the playoffs. But bruh, am I missing what they want Walker Little to be? Am I missing this? Because he's a tackle, right? Didn't he just beat out? Isn't he the reason why not Jamal Agnew? While I can't think of his name now. It's been that quick. What have you done for me lately? My man just went to Kansas City. I can't think of his name. Jawan Taylor. But he's the reason why Jawan Taylor's in Kansas City, right? After Jawan Taylor had an amazing year, right? Isn't he a tackle?
Yeah.
So now he's a guard? What are we doing here? What are your thoughts on just hearing the fact that he's getting reps at left guard, or do you have an issue with this at all?
I do have an issue with this. He was drafted to be, this guy has the same type of attributes as Tony Baselli and and he can grow into it. Yeah, he had an ACL and he didn't play for 1 year in college, but hey, it's okay. Herb said, go ahead, draft him. We don't care about the ACL. He'll be all right. He'll be fine. So I'm thinking, okay, he's going to be a bookend. He's going to be a tackle. He's going to roll grade, pass block, do what he's supposed to do to protect, our franchise quarterback. Here he's in here in the guard now. See, my thing is when you're playing I don't know much about offensive line. I mean, I might have played it back when I didn't know what I was doing, but offensive line, to me, the technique of kicking back when you're pass blocking is completely different when you're at guard, when there's no kickback, there's no punch, there's no hand. I mean, I don't know what guards really do. So, I mean, I just feel like if you drafted this man to be a tackle, right, and he's used to the technique, he's used to the kickback, he's used to the punch, he's used to the strafe and everything like that, how come you just can't say, okay, let him play tackle, let the guy that you drafted, Anton, you let him play with his regular position, and then you slide somebody else in there? Is Ben Barch not? Is he still hurt? Is he still not? Like, what's the thing on Ben Barch?
Was that? Are you asking that, or is that one of those what do you call it? Those questions that you don't really want to answer to?
No. I really want to know what's going on with Ben Barch, because
I'm under the impression that he is still dealing with something. Like he wouldn't be ready at the beginning of the season. I could be wrong. I feel like the last time that I followed up or I heard like a blurb about Barch is that he wouldn't be in game shape by the time things come around. But I could be wrong on that as well. To the point of the versatility of the offensive line. Press Taylor, he talked about that as well. He was talking more specifically about guys who might not be labeled as a starter, but that can play multiple positions. I get the philosophy of the guys who are running the offense, Press Taylor, Doug Peterson, and these guys know more football than I will ever know. And so there's a small part of me that's like, who am I to question what these guys who have been doing it for 20-plus years, like, who am I to question what they're doing? Well, I got to tell you, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. And to your point, I'm just like, if we drafted him as a tackle, at the very least, let's just keep him at tackle, let alone the fact that they're doing the dipping and dodging with Anton Harrison on one side that he never played, and, Walker Little may move up or something like that. And that's not really their fault. That's the Cam Robinson suspension. I guess, Marcus, that's a compliment. I guess, Marcus, what I'm saying is this. If Walker Little is going to get reps at left guard, is that going to take away from the other guys? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to take away from the other guys. I just don't feel that he would be as effective as the position that he played his college career throughout and possibly high school career. I feel like these guys, they have these certain techniques. I listen to other people because I listen to all of Jacksonville on the radio, and some experts that I hear say that these techniques are so important to the position, especially at tackle. You got your speed rushers, you got your power rushers, you got all these different things. If this guy, Walker Little, has been playing tackle, we should keep him at tackle. That's just me. Once again, just like you said, I know nothing as much as Doug Peterson, Press Taylor, and the guys down there at One Jaguar Place, but still, I just feel like, hey, if he's a tackle, let him play tackle.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're coming up close on a break, but I want to get to this because we're going to listen to Christian Kirk in the bleed block. Press Taylor spoke about a guy who I think is integral to this team's overall success, though, I'm not sure if we didn't have him that I would think that this team couldn't make it far in the playoffs and even a Super Bowl run. But the fact that we do have him makes all the difference in the world. Let's see if I can get to the sound. And I'm talking about Jamal Agnew. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
I don't know about comparing them to anybody else. We're very happy with what they bring to our team, and each of them being a little bit different, having their own skill set, and then Jamal Agnew as well. That's a great piece to have as well. Jamal's a guy that I think I mentioned it last year. If something happens, Jamal could line up today at any position and know exactly what to do for us, and that's a huge advantage for us. We all trust him in what he does. He's certainly a dynamic weapon. We know that he's a Pro Bowler. So he'll continue to have a role in this offense as well.
Yeah, and, last season, especially once you got closer to the playoff run and then actually in the playoffs, I started calling him the X Factor, Jamal Agnew. I gave him his own wrestling name, Marcus, because he really was a difference maker, especially you start talking about those last 3 to 4 games. It got to the point where I was saying I never saw Devin Hester and Jamal Agnew in the same room at the same time because it was why would you punt to him? Why would you kick it to him? And then also the fact, I know people will bring up that drop in the Kansas City game, but all the things that he did leading up to that and even what we think he's going to do beyond, he is so integral to this pick your poison mindset that Evan Ingram said about the team and the nickname that I gave the team, because not only is he a special teams guy, he can play. He can play, in the slide or, like he knows all the positions there, as Press Taylor announced. And this is the deal. Even if you have Calvin Ridley done up, locked down, Christian Kirk done up, locked down, Evan Ingram, somehow you got him too done up, locked down, Zay Jones, apparently your nickel or your fourth corner or your linebacker was able to stay on him as well, which is probably not going to happen. And for some reason, Travis Etienne was somehow guarded as well. Well, you probably ran out of people that could be eligible for the pass. But my point is, even if you had all those guys down, then all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, Jamal Agnew, he's running a little 10-yard out because he can scoot. And if you give him enough of a lane, it's game over. And he shows you that all the time, or especially down the second half of the season on special teams, especially like punt return.
Yeah. And so everybody's comparing Deuce up in Dallas to Darren Sproles, but I think Aggie is like a Darren Sproles, like, because he can, like I said, kick return, punt return. If I can remember correctly, because I was in the stadium, he brought back the field goal attempt. He brought it all the way back for a touchdown. With a crazy call on TV. Then last year, Kansas City literally stole the play from us, and they threw it to what's his name, Tony. So I'm like, man, this guy is so dynamic that he can get in the slot. He can play running back. You can toss it to him. You can run him on the reverse. You can run him on the end around. You never know where you're going to see him at. And then another thing is he has number 39. So you might think he's a running back, but he plays receiver. And then he's in the slot, but he could be playing running back. He could motion in. So, man, he is definitely an X factor. I'll give you that. That's a good name for him.
Thank you. I'll pull that too. I've been right a whole lot, Marcus. Just letting you know.
Hey,
anytime you want to jump on the bandwagon, you can. Anytime. There's still room for you. Just letting you know. Anyway, we're heading up on a break if you hear the music. On the other side of the break, we have more Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. Christian Kirk also spoke to the media, had some good sound bites. Me and Marcus Wilson will react to that when we come back to Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
A few showers and thunderstorms early, then partly cloudy, warm and humid overnight, down to the lower to mid-70s by morning. Partly sunny, a few afternoon thunderstorms again on Tuesday. Highs reaching the lower to mid-90s, low 90s Wednesday, an isolated afternoon storm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Garrett Biedenball.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
Your home is the place where you know your loved ones are secure. But the things that keep your home protected can't keep pests at bay. That's where RAID comes in. For 60 years, RAID scientists have worked to protect people around the world. With trusted research, ingredients, testing standards, and product efficacy, RAID seeks to create a better future for all, especially the ones you love most. RAID, protection for all.
Nothing slows my little girl down, except a stuffy nose. Mommy. That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex, breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE, the medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pain or surgery. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers the most advanced treatments to eliminate ED and PE. 98% of men experience instant results on their first office visit. They're even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Don't just take our word for it. Call Prime Men's Medical Center now for our limited time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-206-7930. 904-206-7930. That's 904-206-7930.
Hot, hot, hot. Can you believe this weather out there? Hi, this is Stan Nagel for Energy Seal Foam Insulation, reminding you that you're burning up. Do something about it. Spray foaming your attic with Energy Seal really works.
Call 888-306-3626 for 20% summer savings. EnergySealJacks.com.
Why can't I just speak to an actual human being? I need a new bank.
Well, actually, at One-to-One Financial, communication is not only number one, it's one-to-one. When you call, you get to talk to a real live Jacksonville human, fast, and with someone who's truly concerned about your needs, your security, and finding solutions as a team.
Thank you.
Ready to break up with your bank? Find a real long-term banking relationship at One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. Visit one-to-onefcu.org for more information on opening an account today.
Federally insured by NCUA. As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Digital marketing? Well, my intern handles the social media, my brother-in-law does my search, and my receptionist sends out email blasts. All done.
Your digital marketing may get done, but is it doing anything? No? Then let CMG Local Solutions help. At CMG Local Solutions, we combine the best-in-class technology and analytics to maximize your digital dollars while targeting local customers for your business. So your digital marketing doesn't just get done, it gets results. Learn more about how we can help you at cmglocalsolutions.com.
Hey, poker players! The Card Player Poker Tour is back at Best Bet Jacksonville from August 10th to the 21st. The tournament schedule's packed with excitement and features 9 different poker tournaments, including the $1,700 no-limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty Main Event with a $300,000 guaranteed prize pool. Head to BestBetJacks.com for the full schedule and information. That's BestBetJacks.com.
Jaguars football is right around the corner. After an exciting playoff run last season, optimism is at an all-time high. Tailgaters is right across the street from Everbank Stadium, offering clean, permanent restrooms, food options, a full liquor bar, and all parking spots are on well-kept grass lots. Every game at Tailgaters is a championship experience. Demand is high following last year's historic season, so spaces are very limited. Secure your parking today at tailgatersparking.com. If you wait, you're going to miss out. tailgatersparking.com.
Hammond Air Conditioning is North Florida's most trusted authority for air conditioning services. And with Hammond, your home is never a learning opportunity for inexperienced techs. Hammond's veteran specialists understand how to make a system operate perfectly in our Northeast Florida heat. That means they'll design a system perfect for you, one that gets the temperature you want and will save you money on your electric bills. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency system for as low as $70 per month, and that's with a 10-year warranty. Go to hammondair.com.
It's the Big One Sales event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. Buy a pre-owned 2019 Toyota Corolla for just $1,000 down and $288 a month. Or you choose a pre-owned 2020 Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma for just $1,000 down and $388 a month. Arlington Pre-Owned has over 400 used cars in stock and more than 100 vehicles under $18,000. You even get 30 days to love your pre-owned purchase or exchange it. Shop the Big One Sales event, 10939 Atlanta Boulevard and arlingtontoyota.com. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/offers for full details.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you know a child who is deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired? The Florida School for the Deaf and Blind in St. Augustine is a fully accredited, tuition-free state public school that gives children an edge for a lifetime of success. FSDB is nationally recognized for its educational services designed for students' unique communication and accessibility needs. Eligible pre-K and kindergarten through 12th grade students benefit from small class sizes, advanced technology, and various recreation, extracurricular, and performing arts activities. Transportation and boarding services are free to any eligible deaf or blind student, kindergarten through high school, no matter where the student lives in Florida. My name is Trent Ferguson, and I'm a proud graduate of this wonderful school. This place changes lives. To learn more information or to apply for enrollment, call 800-344-3737 or log on to www.fsdbk12.org.
Hi, my name is Dan Packard. I was on my way to work, and the gentleman behind me hit me. We called Morgan & Morgan. From that moment on, everything else Morgan & Morgan took care of. They emailed us all the time. They constantly stayed in touch with us.
We have been really blessed to have them in our corner, and it really did feel like family.
Morgan & Morgan did it all with literally one phone call.
Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Oh boy, that's good. Nice box fighting. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690. Ryan Middleton here. Casey Kurtz not here. Marcus Wilson is here instead. Let me see. Do I have Marcus on? Yeah, I do have Marcus on. And so we were talking about Jaguars training camp as we should going into the second week. And Press Taylor had some comments that me and Marcus reacted to. And Christian Kirk, I call him Captain Kirk. He's on a trek to the stars. Bars. Bars. You remember Star Trek? Pharrell and Neptunes and Clips. You remember that? No?
Yeah, I do. Star Trek.
Yeah, not William Shatner. Anyway, yeah, so Christian Kirk, he spoke to the media as well. Had some really good stuff. Let's see where we want to go first. This was Christian Kirk talking about not taking a step back this season.
It's challenging, but when you have the right guys, in the locker room and a part of, your team that are able to come out on a day-to-day basis and push one another and hold each other to our standard, I think it's a little easier. It's easy to, I guess get laxed and, you know the system, you know what you're trying to do, but we know how good we can be and we know how good we are. So when you come out here and you don't show it, it can get frustrating, for guys that are trying to play at a high level. So, we all just hold each other to our standard and make sure we're bringing guys with us, if they're having a lackluster day or whatnot, for lack of better terms.
Very professional way to say, man, we get up in them. If they out here playing around, man, we point them to the door. We ain't got time for that, man. We on the road to the Super Bowl. They call us the Jacksonville Lombardis. That's what they should be calling us right now. Okay, we finna run people out there building. You hear what I'm saying? We're gonna be inconsolable. That's the wrong word. We are going to be incorrigible. Whatever it is, we're gonna be difficult as Jaguar fans. But he makes a very good point on not taking a step back. I believe the question was like, how do you not do that? Is it tough not to do that? And, success, it treats people in different ways, or people react differently to success. So do they have the ability to, widen their scope and handle all that success with the expectations? I think, because of the main people in charge. You talk about Doug Peterson. You have guys like Trevor and Christian Kirk who, these guys are solid individuals who are talented, who can execute, but are also professionals and understand what it takes to win at certain levels. And so, I'm good with this. I'm good with that bite right there. Marcus, what'd you think about it?
No, everything you said, I actually agree with, man. He sounds so professional, man. That's the difference in the confidence I was talking about between him and Press Taylor. Press Taylor kind of was like, yeah, he's going to get there. Yeah, he is who we think he is, but he's going to be there when we need him to be there. Christian Kirk's like, hey, boy, tighten up. If you ain't here, we gonna get you here, and if you can't get here, then you got to go. So, but he said it very, very professionally. He articulated every word for the camera, so or for the soundbite. So, I love it. I love it.
Gotcha. Marcus, he also talked about the newest addition, free agent-wise anyway, Calvin Ridley, on joining the team and what he's been doing so far, what he's seen from him so far in training camp.
He's been great. Just his intensity, how he's approached every day, the extra effort and time that he puts into his craft and taking care of his body. And, everybody's seen it, the way he approaches practice and the way he competes. So it just brings up the level of competition in our room and our standard. If you're coming out here and, you're maybe a little sore, maybe a little tired, and you got a guy like that out there running full speed and, performing at a high level, it naturally brings everybody, up. So the fact that we're able to have guys, like him, like Zay, like Jamal, that approach the game the way they do and perform the way they do, it helps everybody out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the guy, I just, wow. If Ben Becker is listening, I got the text. That's the kind of disrespect I expect from a Baltimore Ravens fan. Anyway, wow. Yeah, if I read it over the airwaves, people would be mad at me for reading that Jags slander. Anyway, what Calvin Ridley has is the thing that I think motivates a lot of people, but his ability to continue this is the thing that I think takes him to a new level and takes the Jags to a new level. And that's the ability to have a chip on your shoulder, whether real or conjured up. You hear about the greats, right? You think MJ is the best of all time, and we have story after story of him making things up for bulletin board material, because especially at the time, I mean, there was a certain point where it's just like, who can stop him? And so, right. You start talking about having actual chips on your shoulder, though. And Calvin Ridley, you think about the past, 18 months? Just take 2 years. One of the best receivers in the league up in Atlanta, basically took Julio Jones's spot. And then, everything that transpired after that. And now he's here with a team. Granted, I believe it's, if it doesn't work out here, it's basically the Jags got it, not for a bag of beans, but it's one of these things where it's no risk to the Jags. And Calvin Ridley has to show up so that he gets that re-up on a contract or he gets paid somewhere. I think he will, but it's great to hear, again, not just from other coaches, but players, how he takes care of himself, his body, and more importantly, how he is trying to learn. There's not 1 inch of ego. There's not 1 inch of, not that it would come out publicly, but someone may leak it, of some type of dissent or, hey, man, we didn't think it was going to look the way that it was supposed to look. Yeah. Everybody is like, this guy's on point. This guy is on point. This guy's on point. And not only that, it's motivating some of the other guys on the team when they see how hard he's working. And that's a big deal, Marcus.
Yeah. I saw him. I've seen some clips that put out on social media, Jaguars, Instagram, and Twitter and what have you. Listen, exactly what Christian said. This guy is intense. Like, he's going through these drills full speed. I'm talking about not taking a step off at all. You look at him, in his eyes, in his face, is full intensity. He might crack a smile here and there. He might kiki, ha-ha every now and again, but he goes right back to just being intense and full serious. He said that he has a chip on his shoulder and he wants his name back. You can see that in every catch and every time he lays out for a grab, anytime he's going through the drills, looking at him 50 times faster than Zay Jones going through the same exact drill right before him. Like, this guy gives you a reason to just open your eyes a little wider and say, okay, we got something. Agent Zero, he's on deck. Let's go get it. And I feel that, man. Christian Kirk is, and to hear that from Christian Kirk, to say that about him, and then he said Jamal Agnew again as well. So there's another guy mentioning Agnew as well. To say that about those players, and it's not just being a hometown type guy, it's you want to hear the players talk about the other players because they don't have to. They don't have to talk about other guys. It could be all about them. Christian Kirk could still be saying, hey, I'm not the slot guy in Arizona anymore. Look at me. No, he's talking about his teammates.
Passion for Marcus Wilson, the NBA
Always.
guy. And it's interesting on Christian Kirk talking about not just Calvin Ridley. He had to talk about 16. He had to talk about his boy Trevor Lawrence and what he's seen from him and what he's expecting from him. Let's take a listen.
The light switch is on. Everything is just so quick. The way he's able to go through his reads and developing that, I think that's a big thing is, maybe last year not being able to get to his third progression, now he's able to get to that. And that's a big thing of, what we do is if the first and second read's not there and he's able to get back to that third one and, maybe we're able to look at some things on film that we haven't taken advantage of, he's really working that and he's working through a lot of things that the defense is showing. The defense has done a great job of, mixing up coverages and, making sure that he's staying on his toes. And I think he's doing a great job right now leading as a vocal leader. But I think most importantly, just his progression and how he's able to get through each read.
Marcus, I looked up how much time Trevor Lawrence had in the pocket on average last season. Would you like to take a guess, round up to the nearest second? On average per play, how much time he had before he threw the ball and got
1,002, maybe 1,000, maybe 3 seconds. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 2.62 seconds. I'll say that.
Okay, because
3 seconds.
Okay, well, the 2.62 would be closer. Nobody had 3 seconds of time in the NFL. 2.2 seconds was his average pocket time before he threw a pass or he felt some type of pressure, and that was from the NFL. .com advanced stats page. 2.2 seconds. Now, we saw what Trevor looked like. I keep beating it like a drum because it's so important. I think we saw the birth of a real superstar going into the second half of the season. But we saw what his stats look like, and we saw what it looked like even after he threw all of those picks in the wild card game against the Chargers. He was electric. He was great. Only Patrick Mahomes and I believe Joe Burrow had better stats for the major stats second half of the season. That's 8 games right there in comparison to Trevor Lawrence. So to hear that he's processing faster, and granted, you need to process fast. I don't think people ever realize, even when they say they do realize, how much is going on in a QB's mind pre-snap and then during the actual play. But he's processing faster? Okay. Yeah. All right. Good luck. Hey, good luck, AFC. Good luck to you, huh? Sincerely yours.
Hey, I couldn't get past the fact that he said he couldn't get to his third progression last year. I'm like, he really couldn't get to his third progression last year, and he did all that he did, exactly what you just said, what you just alluded to. Listen, man. We all know 16. We all know Sunshine is gonna bring us back. He did it all last year. But hopefully this year will be, as you like to say about me, front running, so that our pass rush can get there.
You are.
Okay. Another day.
I never met somebody who was a Golden State fan after championship number 2. Okay, that's front running. I don't know that. I don't know what to tell you. I was like, hold on, man. So you didn't even jump on board before they? Okay. Oh, you got scared when LeBron came back and let them boys you got scared. You was like, let me hold off before I went his head.
You can't name 5 guys on the We Believe Golden State Warriors team, but I can. But we're not gonna go there.
Is that the Baron Davis one? Is that the Baron Davis when they beat Dallas or something? Okay.
Yeah, Baron Davis. Yep, Baron Davis one. But we still in training camp. I'm gonna keep it in training camp.
Yeah.
And man, listen. I think Trevor, if we can front run and Trevor can get out there, man, and go 300 yards and 2 touchdowns a game, what have you, and our defense can pin their ears back, as they say, and get a good pass rush in, 41, 44, and our defense looks good, man. Listen, like you said, the AFC has to be paying attention to us. We've been getting disrespected all offseason. We get nothing in the rankings. We get nothing on Madden. Madden has absolutely disrespected the whole team. Listen, if you don't have any motivation, look at any one of these lists out here. And then hear me and Brian talking about, look at the team. Look at what we have on the field, man. It's eye-popping. I'll be out there August 9th, man. I'm going to see it.
All right, Marcus Wilson, I appreciate you hopping on with me again for the
Thank you,
hour.
sir.
Hey, man, Jags training camp continues tomorrow. I'm not sure who's speaking, but I'm sure when Casey gets back, that's what we'll be talking about, at least in the A block. We might have a little overtime swap meet as well. We haven't done that in a couple of weeks. But until then, stay tuned. I believe it's Joe and Amber after this, hitting around 7:02. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. See you.
I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. Main office, Jacksonville.
American Window Products offers free low-E coating on select windows at an affordable price that can help reduce your energy usage. With 12 months zero-interest financing, visit AmericanWindowProducts.com for a free estimate. Financing available at time of sale for new orders only.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better